and what's the action plan? Back to you, Zed.
When it comes to ZANU-PF, no, they cannot do anything on the ground. They're waiting for us to actually turn around and show that Zimbabweans have changed. I'll give you a good example. I grew up in Makukova, one of the most troublesome places in Bulawayo. This happened before I grew up, before I was born. So it's something that I found. But it's a culture that was built. So Makukova has got criminals 24/7, 7 days a week. 24/7 hours, all the minutes in the world. Our houses do not have protection because obviously we had always been poor. So, generals and all that, some are starting to have that now, exciting. But you can jump from one house to the next, to the next, to the next if you want. If you want to turn around and raid 5 houses, you can raid 5 houses in one day, in one night. But there was a culture that was created. A culture that you turn around and stand outside your gate or open your window and scream out for help. It does not matter what time of the day it is. It does not matter that we are poor and do not have anything. We come out. That is the culture that I found there. When the police come, we could stand on the corner. We used to have things called cord. I do not know what you called it in the thingy, but when you whistle, we call it the cord. You whistle, anyone doing anything turns around and stands and moves. It's a cord. We are nothing. One thing we've understood is we cannot turn around and deal with what we are dealing with. We could not deal with it by ourselves. We were powerless. Yet we created a system that I pray that still exists now. But that system is reliable, is not reliable. Only benefits when you participate in it. Because you never know when you become the one that turns around and stands outside and cries out help. And we've always said that if you turn around and do not therefore cry out to help, it will come a point where you cry out to help and someone identifies your voice and knows that you have not turned around and come out when other people have cried help and people do not go. And a couple of times that it happened. It creates a culture. That is what resistance is. People of Zimbabwe have to turn around and therefore bring that culture, but they cannot bring it by themselves. They have to see it on someone. Even we turned around and found it, other people doing it. We had to grow up and still do it. Did we know what we're doing? Probably not. If we turned around and stood outside the gates towards the criminal, if the criminal turned around and pulled out a gun, would we know what to do? Probably no. But it is that oneness, because at the end of the day, at your darkest time, you need to see people gathering towards you. At your darkest time. And that is something that we have to put back in ourselves. And no one is going to help you with that. ZANU-PF is not going to help you with it. ZANU-PF supporters are not going to help you with it. You yourself, you have to be able to stand up and retweet shit. And pray that other people retweet and encourage other people to do the same. Not just repost, but retweet and tweet it and explain. Then maybe to get to the ground where the ground now can turn around rather than move forward, the ground now can take out their phones and start to record things that are happening to other people. Maybe again to get to a point where now they can start to even intervene. But that turns around and takes the first courage to stand up and stand there. Ubuntu, what do you guys think Ubuntu is? It's the ability to feel wherever you are. It's the ability to take an event and project it onto yourself and say, if it was me and the men were coming towards me, as I said to you guys, with me, I don't go home. So they say one day I go home and turn around and sitting there, fixing my car that I've turned around and cannot drive. And the two gunmen come in, chasing me. What would I do? Would I turn around and take my phone and record? How many people are going to respond? How many people are going to press the alarm bell to get to the right places? So that if anything happens to me, there will be someone that will be there saying something happened to this person at this day. And we have not heard anything. Some of these things we take for granted. This is why I said earlier on, the UN kept on asking ZANU-PF, the Zimbabwean government, in their session that they did not publicize, what is the progress with Itai Dzamara? What is the progress? Not what happened to Itai Dzamara. No. What is the progress? Progress means we have talked to you about it and you've said you're going to put in systems. What is the progress? Kazembe, Ziyambi. It was Ziyambi, I think. Replied to them. We have set up a desk that investigates and reports to the president himself 2 times or once in 2 weeks. Are they bullshitting about the desk? Maybe they are. Until they are called again to the same committee. Progress report. That turns around and puts a pressure on the government. That turns around and says the international world understands. Now we've got this situation where you've got Zimbabwean people being abducted and being beaten up and tortured. We press the red buttons. All of us. It trends. And maybe now, even Zimbabweans at home can actually turn around and see the effect of a person turning around and putting a 7-second video and chucking it online and actually turning around and understanding that there are some people out here that are going to catch it and push it on. Where is it going to go? No one knows. But at the end of the day, we're not supposed to know. We're not supposed to care, because at the end of the day, we are doing our bit. My bit is to take the information and make it trend. Explain to everyone that I know, that I don't even know, that this kind of situation is happening in my country. Whereby a sitting MP, actually, you know about this other sitting MP, the other sitting MP that is arrested for 500 days. This is another MP recent sitting, youngest one in parliament, a former student leader that is now turning around and has to record himself in fear because people are coming in with the M16s. Now he's being chased by assault rifles. Some of you, he's as young as your oldest children. With me, he's a couple of years older than my first kid. Ubuntu turns around and requires you to calculate that, to say, okay, how old is he? Ubuntu says you need to find that out, because now you have to turn around and feel. How do you feel? You put yourself in that in the person's boots. Yeah. He's a young parent, you were once a young parent.
Is that
Yes.
okay? You brought the issue ya itaidza mara, right? Very important for me. Pa issue ya itaidza mara yawaita raise to this issue tiri kutaura nezvayo. Itaidza mara akaenda neplacard rake ari one and did what they call a lone wolf on his own, and he got abducted, and whatever happened to him, even it's 8 years to the day, I think, up to this year, 8 years since he disappeared, and nobody knows where he is. His wife still waiting ku family home yavo in Harare up to this day with the kids. So the issue for me is what did we do at the time, even up to now, as Zimbabweans, to get closure kuna Itaidza Mara? I don't think we did anything. What cause was he fighting for? Chekutanga, I fighted everybody. That's what, if you read the placard, I think it was to do with everyone else. Saka, my issue then becomes panitika zvinhu zvakadai so as Zimbabweans isusu ndosana chikubvunza pekutanga kuti those that are on the ground vanokwanisa vacho vari on the ground, because vamwe hatikwanisi because I'm a coward, I'm here. So the issue then for me iri pakuti zvadzamara zvakangofa zvakarova zvakadaro akafira. In other words, it sounds bad, anonzi akafira mahara, but for the right cause, right? Tonderai Ndira, the same thing, akafira mahara, but for the right cause. So where do we draw the line as Zimbabweans, particularly kuma activists, those that are still on the ground? How do they navigate this line? If a sitting MP, the youngest sitting MP, I think akapinda ne proportional representation, if I'm not mistaken, if he is abducted, like you said, the other one, the job, second, 500 days in counting, and now you've got this issue, then you've got another one, akachekwa pasipetsoka nereza wekumabvuku. So where do we draw the line, particularly kunema activists? What message is the regime sending, in your opinion?
They're trying to create fear with the activists. But here's the problem with activists and fear. No one actually turns around and then tells people. We are driven by fear. Fear is the only thing that drives us. Threat, life imprisonment, all that is motivation. Comfort is the only thing that turns around and makes us soft. This is why we jump from, one thing to the next, looking for that fear. This only turns around and reignites people that had actually turned around and been dormant. Some that have retired, some that have never been, now they're coming into the forefront. Injustice does that. This is encouragement. Because as activist, what you know is 99% of the time you're by yourself. There is no one coming. The only thing you hope is you attract others that are going to be there for the next 20 years, turning around and remembering your name for the next 100 years.
So in other words, you're saying you'll be a dead hero in the Zimbabwean context.
That is the price you pay for this job. Not even in the Zimbabwean context, in any context. Developed, you know that. It is what you feel now when something like that happened. You know, when you've turned around and seen ZANU-PF coming for you, you understand how lonely it is. It is not the pain, that turns around and then it hurts. Or the bonds, that one you can fucking heal. It is the loneliness that you never heal from. It is knowing now when you come out and you are healed that no one actually turned around and did anything. That is painful.
Okay, hold on there. We want to bring BBG in a minute. That right? Having said that, ndoga nchikudza nyaya yangu 6 months in Chikorobi. I always tell you, the part of the is very critical. The loneliness. The loneliness, you realize, I've always told this story. When you drive from the High Court of Zimbabwe along Samora Machel Avenue, if you look, my prison vans, they've got my pigeonholes. So if you peep through a pigeonhole, you see everybody else doing their own daily business. Say it's a very lonely place. The moment you go into Enterprise Road all the way Chikorobi, Pauno Shikai Koko, that's when you realize, right, I'm actually on my own here. This is it. And sadly, the sad part, pavanotanga kukubvisa humanity yese. Pekustripiswa ipo paya, uchisara uri muswa wakadaro, vachikupa the prison gap, and you realize kuti I'm not even allowed an underwear in this place, and ndibvumidzwi kupfeka undergarment for the women. You are uchifamba wakadaro zvawakabuda wakaita mudumbu mamai vako, except for the prison gap that it gave you. No slippers, no pillow, 3 blankets for you, no soap, no nothing. So you spoke about loneliness. That's when you realize, right, this is it. I'm actually, those is also part of loneliness. You realize you are so detached from reality. You are detached from the world. Nobody cares. Also, pending cases. It's the same thing. You drive past Kamfinsa all the way into Harare, you see the same things. Around Kamfinsa on your way to join Ningi government house, you see people are just going on about their business. Nobody cares about you. So loneliness will kill you. That's exactly what I feel with Ningi. Activism. It's a lone wolf kind of job.
No, Morris.
BBG, go ahead.
Let's start over again, Morris. Are you the boss, Morris?
Good morning, everybody.
Who are you? I'm asking you who you.
On the space. Am I audible?
Are you Morris?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Is it your?
Okay, thank you so much. Following the issue that you deliberating on, I think it's a very touching one. It's a very touching one, in as much as you are encouraging people to make sure that each and every incident that takes place now pertaining to the persecution of Zimbabweans back home. I think you said it very well that we should try and make sure that these people, we expose them. And I think right now that's the only feasible weapon we are having to say, let's get them exposed internationally. Yes, of course, they don't care. They will say this and that. But at the end of the day, now I think technology has played a very big role in various spaces of people's lives throughout the world. Now, if you look at this, these people are doing everything in their powers to make sure that I think they've got a certain target to say, probably by mid next year or by the beginning of the year, they will have made sure that there is nothing like opposition in Zimbabwe. Because honestly speaking, in a normal functioning country, where do you find an armed somebody chasing a minister, an MP, a member of parliament? Where on earth has that happened? And the sad part of it is that as Zimbabweans, we've developed a culture of just say something is happening there, we just look and fold our arms. And I don't know how this has come up to be such a stigma in the lives of Zimbabweans, because even outside Zimbabwe, you see people being robbed, people being mugged, broad daylight, especially this time of the month, this month, and in South Africa, people are being robbed, broad daylight, and you be robbed right amongst people. As long as they see that you've got money, you've got a cell phone, they come straight for you, and the Zimbabweans just fold their hands. They do nothing. I don't know what exactly is happening. Because right now, if you look at this thing it started from Zimbabwe to say, let's just let things happen gradually. Because right now, if an MP, a legislator, is followed broad daylight and get kidnapped, people do nothing. And I believe that some of those visuals that we are seeing, he was filming them by himself. But people were looking at that. What did they do? Nothing. Just even to say maybe we took the registration number of the car or what have you, we saw such a number of people, nothing. And now the painful part of it is that this thing is spilling out of our borders. It's spilling out of our borders, this follow up and kidnap syndicate. But obviously, we can say it's a syndicate, but it's a known fact that it comes from the regime. Because right now, if you look at the situation, there was a demonstration that was done in Pretoria last week. What happened when people were coming from there? There are people that were followed. There are people that were followed, and definitely the people that were following them were state agents. You go to the issue of that abandoned Beitbridge march. People were followed from Beitbridge. People were followed from Beitbridge. Others were being followed by cars with Zimbabwean registration numbers. But then at the end of the day, what do? We let such things happen, because if we were really a united force, we should have nowhere let those people escape, especially in South Africa. We should have managed to say, let's mobilize and make sure that we get hold of those people before they escape. But that did not happen. It's a culture that has come so deep into Zimbabweans to say, if you are facing a problem, it's your own, whether it's political or what. But what pains me is that the guy is facing persecution for politics, for fighting for the rights of the people, for standing up for the rights of the people. But now people just look at him and leave him like that when he's being abducted. It's a very, very big problem. It's a very big problem. ZANU-PF, the regime is doing everything in its powers, because right now, we just realized yesterday evening that in some other groups, the opposition groups, the civil society organization groups, they are people that have infiltrated those groups to recruit people. They are forming groups, they are recruiting people, and then they are telling people to say, get ready, we are now serious, we want to liberate Zimbabwe, please look for donors, people who can give us money. We've got people, we've got Pakistanis, we can organize arms from Pakistan. So you see, this is all a form of the regime trying to see and trying to get into the minds of the people that are in the diaspora to say, if you approach them with this, what is on their mind? Are they war-minded or what? Because that is what they want.
Morris.
In
Let's
all
start
aspects,
over
they're
again,
trying
Morris.
to provoke
Are you the boss,
the
Morris?
citizenry. So I think, in as much as you said in the beginning, that I think the only weapon that we are left with right now is to make sure that we expose them as much as possible internationally. Thank you.
Thank you, BBG. 100%, guys. That's the
Let's
only
apply
weapon
for
that we've
business
got.
funding. So I
And
started
trust
a new
me, it
business
is the most
so I
powerful
could take you through the process of
of
getting business
everything.
funding from the government. So I applied
This
for
fund that we
funding
have
from the
today,
NYDA. This is a
these
transparent,
sites that
honest, and more realistic way to
platforms that
give you
we're
an
on,
idea of what you can expect from government
this is
agencies
the most
if you
powerful
want to get funding.
you've ever
If you're new
been
here, my name is Larato,
as
and
a
this is the
person in
platform where
Zimbabwe.
income is the outcome.
This is the most connected you have ever been.
Yeah, that's true, my brother.
So we have to use this. We have to learn to turn around and move as a collective. When something happens, we gather. Anyone opens a space, report this, we report, we describe. We don't just retweet like what we used to do before, retweet that it just turns around and finds the tweet, does not even know what's going on, when it was done. You explain this. You explain. You update. You go back to the retweets. Yes, they found him. Here he is. Now he's wearing different clothes. You update. You get people interested. You keep on exposing, because at the end of the day, what a regime turns around and hates is it being exposed to the international world. This is why they control the media. This is why when they turn around and take over anything else, the first thing they call for is media, communications. So what you do, you secure your communications. And these are our communications today. There is nothing that turns around at this moment in time that moves as quick as this. There is no media in the world that moves as quick as these platforms. Because for media to turn around and make something a headline, it has to surpass other headlines that have been created yesterday. It has to be given a 10-second slot. We don't do 10 seconds here, we do 24 hours. We use that. All of us, we've got people that we follow, people that we are following us, people that we don't even know. We've got a search bar. It's understandable if Twitter did not have a search bar. You go to your search bar, you type in human rights. Anything that turns around and comes up with that word turns around and comes in. You send. Do not matter whether the person is in India, Malaysia, England, it does not matter. Then from there, we're going to turn around and sift through. And say, okay, these are the ones that respond. These are the ones that we turn around and keep on pushing. This happens 24/7, 7 days a week in our country. The only difference is we have not turned around and started to move with it. And when we move with it, it will ignite the ground so that the ground actually turns around and takes out a phone. What we need to turn around and get to a stage on is when ZANU-PF turns around and sees a person moving with a phone, they panic. When they see a Zimbabwean turning around and carrying a phone, they run away. Now we are playing. Signoro Enfinos.
Okay, before Signoro comes in, let me just go quickly. Signoro probably might have to comment on this as well. Panama Tumira voice message, and they don't want to be identified. What he's saying is the reason why people, I think this was a response to BBG in terms of why people are fearful of even partaking, abduct, why people don't want to get involved. He spoke at length about the issues from the Gukurahundi Times. Right, and he spoke about the Chiambakwe Commission. It has not been declassified as yet. And the government, let bygones be bygones. So there won't be any reparations for my victims at Gukurahundi, as far as we know, as far as they know, right? But he also goes to mention the issue here, the displacement of people, Manana 2008, and the arson attacks that were very prevalent across the country. Even coming to the issues in Kasukwere, the national and central and stuff like that, time is also the short sleeved and stuff like that. People have been subjugated for such a long time, and they're quite fearful. Whatever I do, I'll continue to do what I need to do for my family, me, myself, and I. Hence, you find the subjugation started a long time ago. Fear was instilled Kudara during Gukurahundi, coming up to 2008 and up to where we are today. So that's why you find that the people are not interested in business remwemono. Uno abduct maskati machena pakazarawano, and they actually don't care as long as they go back to their families. So that's what he was specifically saying on that Ningi voice message. Over to you, Signor.
Hold on, before Signor comes, guys, if you want to speak, and I'm seeing 2 requests, but I can't see them. Just inbox me to say, oh, Zed, I want to speak, but you can't see my thing. Then it's easy for me now to bring you up.
They also need to follow you. That maybe if they don't follow you,
yes.
then sometimes it's hard.
Follow thing. Now I have to learn to follow. You see, I never used to follow, but they go now. I've learned to follow back. Senor Ocon.
Hi, Zeti. Hello, everyone.
Yes, senor.
We're going through a very, I would want to say difficult moment, but very challenging moment. A lot of things are happening. Mine is going to be a question. We always talk about exposing. My understanding, the international community has got finer details of what is happening on our motherland. This is not just an assumption. There leads to that. Security agents and organizations, they've got that sort of agreement. At policing level, there is Interpol. They can cross from one border to the other across the world, but intelligence systems as well. Of course, they keep it to themselves. One might wonder why I'm saying this. I'm trying to find out what is it that we can expose on the ills and human rights abuses or anything that the international community doesn't know. For some of you, I was typing, I had not posted. I wanted to remind you, some of you would remember 2018-19. This was on Facebook. There was a man, his name was Matapo, who almost convinced us that he was imprisoned for 10 years. I will humble myself and say I'm here to find out whether his story did make sense or not. But then the sentiments that came out was the guy's not genuine. And he also alluded to the fact that the CIA and all other organizations, they would come in prison, Zimbabwe. But I could tell on that Facebook, no one could really ask, so why would they come interview and go without really helping you? And fast forward, the question is to how he then escaped Zimbabwe. Because at the time he was in Sweden. I don't know if he's still there. But then he also claims that the people that his subordinates were assassinated. This was live on Facebook. So it's just one clear example of the many that I'm also not qualified to give, which would probably beef up with my statement. I wouldn't want to say my assumption that the real-time reports from their agents and institutions that speaks to NGOs. Some NGOs are there for that, to check, because when you are an NGO, you also have a security wing to check what could be happening, because you don't want also to help people that whether it's medical, they coming genuinely because they're political. So the question remains, it seems we appear as if we are not doing enough. And I think we'll be able to save that energy for some things. And then my energy would be invested on knocking at the doors of these so-called international organizations. iko United Nations kwachiko kunoda kutombobvunzwa kunzi koimimi what is going on. Petitions were written. People don't get to understand what is going on here. And as I learned, the gold mafia thing, it's something that is very disturbing to even discuss with a foreign counterpart. You find it difficult to explain whether it's fiction, drama, or it's real. Because these are things that are in public domain. That's why on one space I asked Simba and the colleagues there on the last one that, okay, in your efforts in investigating and exposing, where are the money laundering institutions? Where are the money laundering security agents who are interested in such? So if we are saying there's no rule of law on our motherland, is there a rule of law globally? And I'm caught in between. At one time, one journalist who was involved in the 2018 shooting, he says to me, he's a well-renowned international, he says, Senor, the world is busy. No one is interested in issues of Zimbabwe unless there's blood on the floor. He said, there's nothing much I can say. That's all I can say because evidence can be there. But when it comes to real bailout, there's something amiss. There's something amiss. And if there's one thing that is called humanity, which is proclaimed or claims are it comes first, human lives comes first. I think there is priority given on trade, bilaterals, mega deals by the same countries that speak loud and talk about the safety of citizens, world citizens. So I'm drawing a question, a parallax here. Is there anything that we can expose better than what they already know? I would like to learn for now. Part of this discussion, very healthy, concerning, but that doesn't mean that we should be weakened. An opportunity will come. An opportunity shall arise, similar or even better than the 2017. How is the preparedness? I'm saying this to empower those that are dilapidated, that are tired, to think, oh, okay, so are we finished? I'm not finished yet. Many thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Leo. So this thing, yeah. Hey guys, you have to forgive me. Me, I use words that are a bit weird, you know. So, and my English is terrible. So I use words that are not supposed to be used in sentences. So I speak in compounding English, you know. Grade 2. So this thing called being active, especially on a authoritarian place. There's a reason why it's called resistance, you know? Because it's constant. It is an alarm that doesn't stop. The only time that an alarm is judged that it has worked is when it actually turns around and starts screaming and someone comes and attends to it. This is when we can say, okay, it has worked. But there are other underlining things that happen that maybe some people do not concentrate on. I'll give you a good example. When the problems at home started in the 80s, the day that it started, in my head, anyway, no one knew that it was a genocide. The genocide is an afterthought. You know, police here, police there. One person there, beaten, one person there, chopped off, one person there, killed. Alarms, just lighting up. It took individuals to truly turn around and look at this randomness that was happening. And the individuals themselves, they were told by other people. And the individuals turned around and wrote a letter, you know, a letter. A letter that anyone could have wrote, but unfortunately, the right person wrote the letter to another right person at the right time. And that opened a can of worms that have never been closed off for over 40 years. And I don't think they will ever be closed off. It took other individuals to read that letter and come down and see for themselves. Yet alarms were still going. In this game, you never see benefits. You never know. No one turns around and comes back to you and say, "Oh, I've seen that video that you turned around and retweeted about a kidnapped MP. Tell me more." They will not come to you. They will go to someone else. So you never actually turn around and see the benefits of what we do, what we are going to do, or what other people do. And maybe that's where the problem is. But again, some will turn around and say that's not where the problem is. Because protesting is like an alarm. The more you do it, the longer you do it for, the more consistent you are, is where you start to see the benefits. Let us give you one of the best protesters groups that we use out here. That becomes the Green Women's Association. In the 1980s, they sat down protesting about nuclear. First week, they got arrested. They came back, sat down. They were being arrested on a daily basis. Yet they turned around and stood. They became one of the most longest Occupy that we have had in modern history. Now, when you're watching them at that time, you will not see the benefits at all. But what they created, if you're going to therefore study them, is what we know today in terms of nuclear, its relation to people, its effect to people, was brought out from them. Their form of communication is what turns around and gives birth to internet itself. I know it's a bit shocking to find that a group of women turning around and protesting, and the way they communicate gives birth to how internet is therefore webbed. But it does, contributes. This is why when internet is therefore brought to the people, the first ones to actually turn around and embrace it were activists. Before anyone, outside of military. The reason why they embraced it because they turned around and understood the webbing of it. This is why it's always turned around and termed to be a free thing. That forms of protesting are what we use today. And the amount of people that they've turned around and saved through the techniques that they developed is unknown. Yet the number can be greater than what we think. But when they were doing it, they were not doing it for that because you could not record it. The ways they dealt, we study it even today. And implement it in our own causes. Yet we have never turned around and went back and said, oh, by the way, your form of protesting actually turned around and helped South Africa in its form of protester. You actually turned around and helped almost 60 million people. That is never recorded. Yet the ones that actually do the studies record that. What I'm trying to say is, you're an alarm. You do alarm. Then the ones that turn around and record the police and the fire engines that come, who record the fire engines that come, but you do the alarm. You never know what something causes. Then you've got other philosophers in this game that turn around and say protesting becomes the best expression of hope. Protesters are the most hopeful people. %90 of the time it might sound negative, but hopeful 100% for one reason. Because you're sending it to the people. And there's no direction of where you're sending it to, but you're sending it to the people and you're hoping that someone somewhere feels the same way as you do and stands up and helps. Seeks you out and helps. 99% of the time, not even 99% of the time, we can safely say 100% of the time. It works. It might take time, but it works. So, how we turn around and judge home is a wrong way of judging protest. No matter what we do is you do an action, then you want to analyze it. And that is the wrong way of doing it. Because you have to judge the objective with the continuous action. 60 years. In our case, we turned around and protested for 80, almost 100 years. Now, go back to the 100 years that we've turned around and protested, and say to yourself, which one of these ones can you remove? And others will tell you, if you remove some, you would have not turned around and produced the outcome that you did produce. Yet you still turn around and have memories of those ones, you know, the Burombos. Turned around and protested about the right of black people to work on pavement because a law was put in for them not to walk on pavement. They were not allowed to walk on pavement until he turned around and came from Cape Town and came back home. He started to do actions, protests that turned around and gave an outcome after some time. And the law was taken out. When the law was taken out, it actually turned around and gave others the ability to say, oh, so now we can put pressure and things can happen. Collectively, they started to put pressure. Some things happened, some things did not. But even those that did not turned around and created something else. And then on the 18th of April, we all turned around and woke up and clapped hands, 1980s. Said freedom. Created by mere human beings that were turning around and standing up, connecting with outside countries, outside communities. If you look at Zimbabwean history from not the perspective of a Zimbabwean, but the perspective of other people that were actually turning around and moving with them, it's shocking. Then you ask yourself, how did the Zimbabwean people actually turn around and connect with the Black Panther? How were the Black Panther ability to turn around and protest to their own government about the oppression of Zimbabwe? How did that work? Did the Black Panther wake up in the morning and say, ooh, let's look at an African map. Ooh, close your eyes and move around your fingers and say, ooh, in that triple-shaped country, we're going to play around with them. No. Someone somewhere, in the midst of protesting, turned around and contacted others that were turning around and having the right pace, actually turn around and ignite something. Protest is hope, people. It's the only thing that keeps you in play. It's the only thing that turns around and keeps you dreaming. Without it, we are dead. That means we actually turn around and acknowledge the oppression and bow down to it. The moment you do that, you never turn around and recover. Because now your back will be broken and you can't stand right up anyway. That is why they turn around and call it standing in solidarity. So what we have turned around and put in, we have seen people being taken out from the streets, kidnapped, abused, tortured, dropped off, some never to be seen. We recorded it. There you go. Some we have not even recorded it because we did not know about it. But there you go, it happened. But it comes a time when we say, now we are recording. Now we're recording for other people to know what is happening to you, what is happening to me, what is happening to me in Zimbabwe, what is happening to you in Zimbabwe. Because those are the only people that are there. Just me in Zimbabwe, me here, me in Zimbabwe. You here, you in Zimbabwe. The people that you represent, your bloodline, people that know you, people that grew up in the same places as you, people that grew up in the same province as you, people that grew up in the same, two division of Zimbabwe as you, people that turn around and grew up in Zimbabwe as you. You represent. And no one else can represent more than you do. No one can take up this fight more than you. We push with nothing. This is the beauty of it. It is the most romantic thing you ever turn around and participate in. It's a hero shit where you do not have anything. Only thing you have is you, your bones, your body, and your brain. And in this case, phone. And you utilize it to your own freedom. Come up with tactics. You learn tactics from other people. You create networks. You push the networks. There is no timeline here. There is no we're going to get free in 1 year. There's no we're going to get free in 2 months. We've been here for 43 years. So that means we will be on this fight for 43 years. That's what it means. That's what I tell myself anyway. So if that is the case, therefore we prepare for that. You keep on pressing the alarm bell. If the alarm bell gets broken, we find a new one. We keep on pressing it. So that history turns around and looks at us, not like people that turned around and clapped hands while our people were turning around and dying, being kidnapped, being abducted and tortured. So that history records you and me as the people that understood what was right and what was wrong. Not from what we think, not from what we feel, but from our own actions in the face of a genocidal maniac political party. So that we can draw a line on the sand to say, when this was happening, this is what we were doing when lift others were keeping quiet and clapping hands. This is what we did. It was nothing. To the big scheme of the world, it was nothing. But to those that turn around and find themselves in the dark rooms, being held up by CIOs or ZANU-PF supporters that turn around and now masquerade as CIOs, they know that there is a Zimbabwean, groups of Zimbabweans out here that are for this shit, for the love of the nation, not the love of the country. Because really, what the fuck is a country without a nation? For the love of the nation.
Yeah, so right, Zeti, I don't know. The questions are raised are coming deep from a point where I think the average person needs help when it comes to that, which probably has developed another bug of which I can call trauma amongst people, to say when things happen, no matter how much you scream, we talk of colleagues in the hood that they're helpless. But vis-a-vis that, I'm still on the question of, does the international community really care? And I know revolution
Does the international community care?
Yeah, and I know revolution is not for traumatized people, but this first reality here, the things that are happening Are they not confusing? And how do we people avert that problem?
What has the international community not cared about?
Say again.
What has the international community not cared about? When Smith and Gifford had us by the balls, the international community stood up. When Cecil John Rhodes turned around and held us by the balls, the international community stood up. When people were detained for the first time, moved from their lands, the international community stood up. When UDI was declared, the international community stood up. When we turned around and started to go outside and cry about our leaders that have been arrested in the 60s, the international community stood up. When the Rhodesian government turned around and killed people on the streets, international community stood up. I think my international community and your international community, I think we are talking about two different international communities.
You know, things have changed. Politics has changed. People are more on enriching themselves. And fast forward, the EU ambassador, it's another concerning issue. These things I think we want to.
This is why I say that my international community and your international community are two different things.
I agree.
My international community still stands.
So what's
maybe
our
maybe I'm playing around with the wrong international communities.
Yeah,
maybe
so
maybe I'm bringing human rights things to business people.
Thank you for saying that. Why are we moving in a parallel line? Why can't we bring a common enemy, a common international community, why can't there be commonality so that at least we invest our energy on one common thing? If you can shed light on the common international community so that I also learn.
This is why I say a protester cannot be judged by the color of his skin. A protester is a protester. It is a mindset. Anyone that enters into this field, it changes you for life. You don't retire from this game. You find yourself jumping from one problem to the next. You can't help yourself. That is what Ubuntu is. They are the same. They're not different. Just have less visible melanin. That's it. They've never changed. They're the ones that turned around and set up the Aboriginal Association for the Aboriginal rights. They're the one when Lobengula turned around and lost his land, he turned around and took Rhodes to court here in England and prosecuted him for that reason. They're the one that when the Rhodes was turned around and put in to turn around and to be knighted, they refused because of what he did to a people that did not deserve that. These people are everywhere. The only difference is we do not therefore turn around and look for them. But if you play in these circles, they've got fingers on the pulse because they can't help themselves. When South Africa turned around and wanted to free itself, they're the ones that stood out here and put pressure in their own governments. When Zimbabwe wanted to turn around and mess up itself, they're the ones that turned around and put pressure in their own governments. When we turned around and came in these countries in droves, you think the governments are the ones that turned around and said, "Oh, let's let these refugees in." They are the ones that were turning around and putting pressure in their own government. It is human nature. We have not evolved yet so deep that we turn around and do not have empathy.
Yeah, let's draw a parallax. I understand politics is a game of numbers. It's a mind game, and there's a learning curve. Would we agree, or probably have a shared view, that some of the abductions and all that, and I underline some, are stage managed, but also engineered by the same oppressor or by the system or by whoever for the mileage politically. Simple example being, um, you can fool me to do something. Let's go and rob a bank tomorrow morning, and then you don't appear, and I find myself on the front alone. And I'm saying this eloquently because there are things that happen in the public domain and we don't follow up. The Joanna Momembe thing, we did not really follow up. Maybe we are too emotional.
No, they got cleared. They got cleared by the courts.
No, the recordings and
No, they got cleared by the courts.
No,
including the recordings.
I hear you, but the recordings cannot be cleared. It's an event that took place.
They were kidnapped. This is what the courts did and discovered when it went through the session.
Yeah, fine. But what I'm talking about,
including the evidence of the recording.
What I'm talking about, which is part of that as a case study, we have a complicated situation where people connive and they put you in a room, they to record everything that you are planning, and you think you're together. And the most common one is the demo arrangements, which can be pushed or arranged or provoked by people, unknown people, who then create evidence of the strategy and everything. And I repeat, yes, cleared by the court, but dwelling on the report, on the recordings and everything, which has led to the Joannas apologizing, or they haven't apologized, which we are not told in the public domain.
Got cleared, but no, we're told. I don't know which public domain you're staying in. The court went through everything else and discovered that they really got kidnapped. They really got tortured. The courts discovered that.
But where do you draw a line of a yes, kidnapped, but arranged kidnapping?
Arranged by who? Every kidnapping really is arranged.
No, arranged.
By who? By them.
You can arrange to commit crime. You can arrange, to make a claim.
Arranged by who? Yeah, let's be specific. Arranged by them and their political parties and their friends.
By the opposition, the ZANU-PF, whether using state security, whether using that, but it's an arrangement.
Every kidnapping is an arrangement. Who turns around and organizes 3 people to go and chase someone? Did they not arrange this?
Yeah, but I cannot.
Are you saying that the people that are being kidnapped now are being kidnapped knowing that they're going to be kidnapped?
No, my point is I cannot arrange to kidnap Susan and Chengetai and then keep evidence that will be then used to nab me or to confirm a kidnap incident.
No, Senor, come clean here. Let's come clean. Yeah. What are you saying? Are you saying that the state arranges to kidnap APC people, and APC people are involved in the arrangement?
The state doesn't arrange, but the people who want to get mileage are the politicians. And whether they use the state, whether they use apparatus or what, but I'm saying an arrangement that speaks to something happens and then it's exposed in a court of law, its origination and up to the end. This is what I'm trying to say.
Who turns around and goes and kidnaps sitting MPs outside of the state?
Look, this is where I agree with you that our views are different. It is.
No. Give me an example where someone got kidnapped outside of the state with a high-profile political person.
It is the political power using state machinery, which if it becomes very difficult.
Come on, senor. Come on, man.
Yeah,
That argument is so amateurish. It's crazy.
I agree with you, but you should also agree with me. There is no evidence that can prove that the state has done that. It's done
What
in
is
a
the
way.
state? What is the state, senor?
The state is a governing
Does
structure.
the state survive outside of human beings?
No, I'm trying to draw
So
a line.
okay, the state
Politics.
survives in selected human beings, yeah?
Yeah, I agree with you.
So if the state survives in selected human beings and some selected human beings are involved in that, in either covering up, ignoring, getting involved, or actually turning around and looking the other way, isn't that not involvement?
I agree with you. On state and in
So
human beings.
where are you separating the state here?
So since I'm agreeing with you, where I'm saying, which probably you're not getting me, drawing a line between the state and the politics that may technically use the state apparatus.
You can't draw a line. It has never been possible.
It is possible.
It's like turning around and trying to draw a line between Smith and the state.
It is possible because when you have
Where?
people being kidnapped, for example, by state security, these remain unknown persons. Whereas probably you may know that this person is working for, but there is no evidence that you may produce. All I'm trying to say is it is the politics of the land that they have the
No,
money and the stamina to use any
no,
apparatus.
senor. No one turns around and takes state power and controls state power to turn around and use it against themselves and create something called an authoritarian state without using state power to turn around and oppress people. So now
Oh
you
yes,
think ZANU-PF uses its own resources?
oh yes, people do that in Zimbabwe. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no, no, no.
And
When people do that, it is called something else.
the,
When
the,
when
the,
when Zeti turns around and kidnaps when I kidnap my wife, yeah, from Akokova and go and put it in Jube. That's me kidnapping my wife from Akokova and going to put her in Jube. Law deals with me there. Yeah. When I turn around and go and kidnap an MP and turn around and take the MP and put him in a police station, now that's a different matter.
yeah, Zeti. Allow me to say, you said something here which I totally agree with you, which resonates with my angle. I may not expose as much because I need clarity first. That there are people masquerading as CIO who are not even ZANU-PF. I repeat, people masquerading as CIO, not even ZANU-PF.
In an
So,
authoritarian state, senor, you can only masquerade as CIO if you are given power to masquerade as a CIO.
no, I've got examples that I can give of people that.
You can give examples, but at the end of the day, someone somewhere sanctioned it's called an authoritarian state for that reason.
Yeah, so
Zimbabwe still holds the same thinking mechanisms that they actually turned around and held in Rhodesia. You cannot move around with a police uniform.
so
It
we
does
are
not matter
agreeing.
whether you're a criminal or not. Someone has to sanction you for that.
We are agreeing on one, on the other, and like I'm saying, I can give a public example where somebody using the state security or the president's office, enjoying luxury
Come on.
life at a hotel, saying they are a member of CIO or Central Intelligence or President's Office will pay for the jet. They are
Come
practical
on, senor.
examples of people, individuals.
That means we're not talking about an authoritarian state here.
No, we are.
You are no, you are not. You are talking about a theoretical nation that we refer to it as Zimbabwe. Therefore, if that's the case, they should have turned around and just go and adopt anyone that turns around and owes them $10 US. Why is it for these political active people?
Yeah,
Why
so
did they turn around and go? Why did they turn around and go and adopt priests?
You have not answered me on the point that you raised, which is important, and I agree that people masquerading, terrorizing people, that is not the
Therefore,
state.
you did not give me, you did not turn around and ask me to explain. You therefore
No, I'm
presumed that I'm
waiting.
talking about random people turning around and masquerading. Senor,
I'm waiting to hear from you.
clean bombers were turned around and given police support uniform. What the clean bombers did in the early 2000s wearing those uniforms is crazy. Yeah. Support units in the 80s was given uniforms to do what they did. What they did there was crazy. ZANU-PF people, some cases have been given uniforms. What they do there is crazy. There is no way. Only thieves can turn around and wear that uniform, and when they turn around and say to wear that uniform, they get arrested. When you turn around and wear that uniform and you're not a police person, or turn around and masquerade as a or you're not just here, or and nothing happens to you in an authoritarian state that turns around and polices its people 24/7, 7 days a week. We're
It
talking about
happens.
sanctioned things here.
It happens that.
That's why I'm saying it's sanctioned.
Who kidnapped Zamara? Who kidnapped Zamara?
What do you mean who kidnaps Tamara?
I mean exactly that. Fact finding
Security
mission
apparatus did that.
in courts and vis-a-vis the president of
So
the country.
you think normal people can do that?
No, I'm saying
You
normal
think me and
people.
you think me and you can turn around and kidnap someone, beat the person
Yeah.
without training, kill the person, bury the person without training, and go home and see our children?
So this is not conspiracy.
That when you look at them, anything that is non-political, the police, they will be after you. But when it's political, that's when there's impunity. Like what you're saying, anyone, if it's not political, if you kidnap someone, you'll be caught and the law will deal with you. But when it's political now, and when it's political, let me be clear, when it's a ZANU-PF member, that's when there's impunity. People will be kidnapped, killed, and the law will not take its course.
Thank you.
Therefore, Senor Robert, what you are
But
saying
I
now
do,
becomes Senor, some
listen,
things
that
sometimes, you know.
I do disagree with these things, bro. Vanhu vari kuita izvi ka vanhu vanotozivikanwa. If you look on that picture of Ngadziore, munhu iye anotozivikanwa, family yake inotozivikanwa, ana mai vake vanotozivikanwa, vana vake, ana tete vake. It's like these people, maybe they look at a family before they engage in their fun activities. Because if you don't know that family, you will never do that.
Morph,
Like, yes,
Morph, guys, we might say all of us here grew up in the heights suburbs, yeah?
yeah,
Morph, you cannot enter my hood as Morph today's viewer, pull someone by the hand and think you can take that person into a car. As you are, without anything, just you, Morph, and effort.
why not?
It's impossible.
Zeti, tete vangu inini vakabirwa pambari papa tiri kurufu vakauya kati guys ndabirwa, and we know the guy that has done that, and when we went to Mbara we took that guy, put him in the boot, nayo kukaroi, give him that strict justice. That's why I'm saying people vanoziva vanhu ivavo. If you were to do that to my family, I would go to State House. I would dig deeper. Because every member of your family, then I'll go after your members. Simple and clear. Like if a police officer kills someone from my family, I don't need to go for that police officer. I'll go for the police officer who's near to me, or the one that are in the rural areas. They will suffer the consequences of that action. But people were failing to raise the bar. If a police officer does something wrong, like if a soldier kills someone from my family, the next soldier that I see, you will pay for that.
You see, hold on. So we get this. Guys, unless you are criminally minded in Zimbabwe, then you can take someone and put in the car. Here we're talking about MP, AK-47 in the morning, running with it through houses. Those are sanctions. Those are sanctions. Hold on, Moff. It does matter. It does matter. Because that is what we turn around and refer to as suppression. That's what it is. Because if they turn around and target the people that are meant to speak for the people, that means you've got a lower number of people that are going to turn around and stand up and speak for the people. Because at the end of the day, who want to speak for the people if therefore they know that they're going to be chased by AK-47? Because me and you do not have that. So we have to be able to separate, to turn around and separate criminal activities and politically induced criminality. Because that one is government sanctioned. When the people can turn around and move with M16s, who amongst us here knows anyone that turns around and carries an M16 out in the open in Zimbabwe? When you see someone moving around with the M16 out in the open, you know what those people are.
That's why I think those people, they can move with any weapon that they like in the street. What I need to know who was carrying that gun, who came into my house carrying that gun, who done this act carrying that gun.
That becomes you in a personal level. Yeah, that becomes everyone on a personal level. But now we are dealing with politically affiliated people. That means now we have to separate to what I can do by myself, what you can do by yourself is in a collective. Because we cannot turn around and move as if to say everyone can do that. We watched here people, families of people that were war vets being brutally murdered for 7 years. If you come to me, to my house here, and the kids are not, I'm not there, the kids are there, and the missus is there, my strength is not going to be transmitted to my missus or my children. Yeah, my courage cannot be transmitted. It is your own thing. So we're starting to deal with a government that turns around and seeks out people in the midday. We're getting into the early 90s stuff. So we cannot treat it like we cannot.
Zeti, That can I get in a little bit? Sorry.
Yes.
The only problem that forced us as Zimbabwe to be where we are now is because we are too technicality. We always want to take things as they are technical. That guy, yes, it's a government sanctioned thing, but where is the letter? Where does it show that it's a government sanctioned thing?
What letter?
If he's a civilian as he
what
is
letter?
holding a gun, wait, that I think if it was that, maybe you know how things are done. As if he's a civilian holding a gun like he is, as he is, we can sanction him as a civilian. He's not a soldier. We are just saying he's a security agent because we know there is no civilian that can hold gun. But being not in uniform, he's a civilian. Civilian can stand up, fight against that. But because in Zimbabwe we are too technical, we just want to take things as everything has been sanctioned by the government. If you go to the government now and say this guy is the third force that is abducting the people, they can say we don't know him. Yet that means when they reject or deny him, they are giving back to be a civilian. So I go with MOF. I go with the
So
MOF.
you want to go to the government and the government says yes, we know him. His name is Zedidube.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. You are too casual. What I'm saying is, listen. What I'm saying is, listen. What I'm saying is, if you listen to more of what he's saying, if he's a civilian as he is, the citizens can stand up, organize themselves, and fight back. But the problem that we force us not to fight back is that we are with that mind that we have, that everything is sanctioned by the government. The same government that you are saying, if you go to them, they reject that guy. So what is the reason why the citizen cannot stand up and fight those guys? It's because we are too technicality.
No, and you think that mindset can turn around and be grown on a Wednesday to be ready on a Thursday. You think that mindset can do that? You think we can come to a group of Zimbabweans and put that mindset in within 1 year?
It doesn't need even 1 year. Doesn't need even 1 year. If people are organized, it just need a more say when someone steal my we just go there and do that. It doesn't need 6 years or 5 years. It just need people to know that these people, they are just civilian like us because they are not in uniform. Then you can stand. I've been living in different countries. I know how things are operated there. They don't need to go and wait for 5 years. It's only that because in Zimbabwe we think that there are some people who have to move us to a certain level so that we can fight back. That's the problem.
This is where the problem is. You see, this is where the problem is. Guys, you have an MP being chased with an M16 or type of weapon by 2 gun-carrying people. He panics to a point of actually turning around and doing a 7 seconds video. This is an MP. Okay, take out the MP. Fuck it. He's a boy in his 20s. There are some of you here that will shit from just being called out to fight, let alone bloody knives. Yeah? And we're grown people. It is reality. We are dealing not with the criminality that is in Zimbabwe. That one, the police can solve out the criminality. This one, the police can't even solve. Because this one is government sanctioned. No one in their right mind turns around and chases an MP with a gun in Zimbabwe. Unless they are sanctioned to do that. How do we deal with that? We have to be able to turn around and first start off in the ability to transmit the information to the relevant people outside of Zimbabwe, acknowledging that Zimbabwe is broken. How do we do that? We can't transmit the information by turning around and saying, oh no, with me I can take them on. So hear what you're saying. You don't need people's help.
It's just the same with SADC. No one from outside Zimbabwe will come and help us. If you don't know that, you will take 150 years expecting European Union and everyone come to help Zimbabwe. No one will come and help Zimbabwe.
That's just Twitter rhetoric. That's just. Do you know what was happening yesterday? Yesterday, we're celebrating Father Henry. You know who Father Henry is? Does anyone know who Father Henry is? Yesterday, we're celebrating his lecture. Pejorazu was doing a lecture. Does anyone know who Father Henry is? Does anyone know who Father Henry is in the impact of Zimbabwe? The reasoning why you do not know who Father Henry is because you do not know the work that he did. In order to turn around and stop the genocide, the work. And the international help he got. Because we turn around and think everything revolves around that triple-shaped country because that's what we've been told. The pressures that they put into the government of Zimbabwe. Guys, you cannot take an authoritarian state by yourselves. The only time when you're able to take an authoritarian state by yourself is when you turn around and start to turn around and remove people in your life. We have not got to that stage yet. So we have to acknowledge where we are here. We're oppressed people. The only thing we can do at this moment in time is retreat, pass, and do that. And maybe from there, we can gain the courage to actually turn around and go and stand on the street and say, no, enough is enough. We're not taking this. No, stop it. And then get beaten. And then come tomorrow to get beaten again. And then get arrested and die. And then come tomorrow. Repeat the same process. There's no shortcuts here. Because shortcuts turn around and create more problems. Shortcuts create more problems. Until we understand.
I think, Moses, you can get what Zeti is saying, that it's all about strategy. You can't go fire to fire with the might of the state. But there's some resistance that can be done. Depending on at the level where you are, even the liberation war, you find that they finally, when they finally fought with the colonial government, maybe they only fought maybe for 3 years, but all along it has been peaceful resistance. You see, so you can't go fire to fire to say no, they are government agencies. Then you want to fight them. You can't.
This is when effort.
This
This is
exactly
when.
what I'm saying. Is that
This is
you are
when we
missing
lose
the
it.
point. Is that you
Yes.
cannot fight the state, that, but you have to find a strategy, that unouya kune vacho vari kutumwa zeti. There's another day zeti kwaibva vapfana vaibva kuchitingwiza vachiuya kuzoharasa area nana musana yaya. At one time wakati mbosvikira isu tichigeza tabva kutown tichigeza, but we a family tikanzi kune rari tikaramba, but they had nothing to do. They had no option because we said we are not going there. But takazonatsa kudhiga kubata pafana kuti vanogara kupi, and vaibva kuchitungwiza, and vamwe vacho vaibva pawadzanai hall iri pashamva apa. After some time we went to wadzanai hall, we shut that wadzanai hall, kick their asses. But you cannot fight state fire to fire there. Take your time, you attack. So it's like that attack at that day. We know that maybe they were carrying any weapons. We did not have any weapons. But at one time we drove to Shamba. We left Mfakose. We are going to Shamba. That guy no Pakadaso, we are going there. Teach vanhu vari kutumwa yavo zeti. Vanhu vari kutumwa yavo ndo vatiri kuda. Hatisi kuda munhu angagwa, tisikuda vanhu vari kutumwa. Mapurisa anenge achitumwa yaya kana achiroja panhamba 562 tinoya ipapo kuma 6 o'clock. And tikatoziya kumusha kwako kunobva kurungwe tinonokubatira kurungwe.
This is what I'm trying to show you. If you want to free yourself, you have to be able to go through the steps. You cannot jump steps. You cannot. Fear, my friend, is something else. It's when you embrace it when it's actually something else. Not everyone. There's no pattern you can turn off here. Not all of us are built the same way. So we have to take baby steps. And the first baby step is we have to be able to expose the government of Zimbabwe through its violent things that it does to citizens, especially sitting MPs to start with. The moment you start to do that is when you understand the power that you have. By simply exposing. Then you can turn around and stand and refuse people being adopted. But you can't jump the steps. Because if you jump the steps, you are missing the most important ingredients. Is the ability to turn around and get beaten and come back tomorrow. Without that, my friend, doesn't matter how tough you are. It is the ability to embrace pain. That's all it is. This is not a 2 weeks fight. This is not a 1 year fight. No one knows how long this fight is going to be. I repeat, it's been 43 years. That means we have to judge it for the time that we've turned around and put in and said, okay, we've got 43 years of this thing. You build your foundation. You create a culture of law-abiding citizens that can turn around and hold anyone that does not come with a badge to do a crime. You create a culture where it turns around and people can stand up and say, what are you doing? Why are you putting him forcibly in this car? What has he done? If you're saying you're taking him to the police, we are getting in as well. We want to see him going to the police. You only create the culture. That culture is not created by emotions. At all. That culture is created by baby steps. We've got a video up there. To take the video, we expose the video. You explain. If we can't even do that on Twitter, what else on the ground? We have to ask the people on the ground to do what we can do. We can't jump stages, people. Even they, our forefathers, did not jump stages. This is why I always say that the problem with Zimbabwe is it turned around and told us a bad narrative. It just starts off by 1961 and it says, oh, this is where freedom started. It's not. It's a lie. Those guys had 60 years of standing. 60 years of being beaten. 60 years of coming up the next day and standing. The ones that you turn around and we see turning around and going in the 60s, those are children of people that were standing. They did not stop. There's no gap that was created there.
But naizeti iwo ungati mimi uchikidzirwa kana kurohwa kuabhuswa nemunhu anga asanctionedwa nestate. Munhu iye anouya achigara toto anogara murugare muya muya, anogara mupakosi muya muya, anogara mutafara. Iwo unotoziva kuti anga akatumwa nehurumende kuita zvinhu zvokuabhusa. Then ainogona just stand still. Munhu iye uchiziva kuti anotogara muno mupakosi, anotogara muno kana panamba 2, 3, 4 kafudza mombe. So ainogona take action. Japo mapurisa ekuzimbabwe aka vamwe vacho vanogara kuti makembi tikautarisira, but mazhinji achona munenge muinawo mulokesheni muya muya, vazhinji vachona munenge muinavo mumabhawa muya muya. And sometimes panga nditoenda kubhawa ndandimwe bhiya zeti and ndinoziva everything chinoitika mubhawa. Everything, I will know every situation inenge ichitika mubhawa pane ndirimo. So those guys, if they are in there, come on, it's an easy push, wangu. Easy push. At one time we could go even Phoenix in London. First time we harassed. We don't drink beer. We are just going there for main action. Just go close that. Vara my door. If I wait the spoon paper, close the door. Apana my weapons are ubabanzi. Bata muno. So mimi mkalada zimwe soft leisure. Besa kana mchichikidzirwa. Pamwe pacho zeti bvuma defeat. One day ndakakandwa ngwani muluto meme ndikavharwa mupini. Ndakabvuma defeat. But make sure tomorrow I'm coming.
And you know,
but mgalada yazviri soft leisure kunza ndarohwa nemupurisa just because angakapfeka state uniform angakatakura AK-47. He's not going to be carrying that every day. And I will track you. Tinokuteera kusvika zvanaka. Tinoziva movements ako so wakati uri pakati so wakati. Right now at my age I might be getting old, nearly 50. But I've got some youngsters here that can do the job. We follow you.
And you know more for how that culture is created. That culture is not a culture that you just woke up in the morning and have. The culture is created, my friend, from birth. You tough it out. You know that culture is not something that everyone is born with.
But Zed, I want to tell you one thing. Zirutaura Mofis. Don't book by example. We want to take practical example. Mofa practical example. I just want to give you a practical example. There's sometimes we have to wait for the process and the steps, but there's sometimes we don't need. 2008 in our area, that's is it 2008? Yes, to 13. Those elections that were very, very brutal. All the rural areas, there were bases everywhere. What happened is it depends with the community and the leaders who are there. If you are united, whether you are MDC or ZANU-PF or what we did in our area, we say here in our area, we don't need any base. Whether you are MDC or ZANU-PF or what, we have to force the people to go to a gathering and say, those who are from ZANU-PF, if you bring someone outside to have bases here, we are going to fight back. They made some bases. We fight back during the night because they were not knowing who is who, and they have to destroy their own bases. They were peaceful campaigning and whatever, but in other areas where they didn't do that, it didn't took us 5 years or 3 years to organize ourselves as community. Just to fight back that we just need peaceful. We don't want people to be forced to the bases and everything. And they were campaigning, and that time ZANU-PF won. No one was beaten, no one was banned, but there was no base in our area, no bases. But it's a more remote area, Machonyonyo. What about Mutown? You actually know that this person he stays here, and you know. I grew up in Highfields, and I will sometimes go home. We know how we're united, and there was, if someone, maybe even a thief, were living with the thieves, but they were telling them, not stealing here, you can go and steal, but muno mimi watinoziwa amubi munemi mukaba muno chinokurovai, because we were united. It doesn't need 5 years or 6 years to be that. It's just like what with the situation in Zimbabwe. The people are being forced to the corner. They have to organize themselves. But you are saying we have to wait. It's a process. Process when people are being.
I did not say you have to. I did not say you have to wait. I said that you have to go through the process. You start off by the ability of you to press the alarm bells. You receive a video, you take it, you send it, you write, you tell other people that have nothing to do with the video. You tell them what is going on. Everyone sees you posting that. Everyone sees you turning around and commenting on that. Everyone does that. Now you create a culture. You repeat it. Now that means no one is ashamed here. No one is hiding here. No one is saying, hey, what, I'm scared of ZANU-PF on Twitter. You understand, everyone at home turns around and sees anything wrong, violent that is happening, that is caused by ZANU-PF or any other person, takes a video, puts online, line does what line does. You create that culture. You push that culture. Home turns around and responds. We put pressure. Now we're resisting. Now we're turning around and exposing. You guys are talking about the ability to do something to someone that has done something. That is nothing. I'm talking about being a nation.
Yebo Zethi ukuthendeleka Zethi. Indikakubvunzawo Zethi uthi if your sister she's abused, your mom is abused, are you gonna put it on Twitter?
Abused by a normal person.
Whoever. Let's say he has been abused by someone who's military force, or someone has been sanctioned or abused by the husband works for the police office. Are you gonna put it on Twitter?
No. This is what I'm saying. There's levels to this. Abused by a normal person that is not sanctioned by ZANU-PF. That's a different ballgame.
Yes, that's a different ballgame, but are you gonna put it on Twitter?
If it's abused by ZANU-PF, yes, I am.
Why?
Because I know what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the state.
But this guy has done it by himself, not ZANU-PF has come to do it, isn't it? Whether he was sent by whoever, but he has done it himself. He has come here, he has abused my twin sister, he has done whatever he wants to do. So do you think I'm just gonna put it on Twitter?
This is what I'm saying to you. You have to separate between violence and state-sanctioned violence.
So how do you deal with
Violence,
violence?
I would deal with violence like we've always done with violence, my friend. Violence, we deal with it like we've always dealt with violence. State
So why are you
violence
changing now?
different.
Now switching.
State violence is different. State violence says I do not care about turning around and doing it to you. My focus is the removal of ZANU-PF. I'm going for the throat, my friend. That will help me remove ZANU-PF. So that when you come tomorrow and ZANU-PF is out, I do not need to turn around and deal with the violence. I just pick up the phone and call the police and tell you, please step away. Then put the police on loudspeaker and tell you again, if you do not step away, I'll end up turning around and resorting to my own systems.
That and Mofu, it's a different thing. The thing is, we are talking of fighting violence, not violence by ZANU-PF or by whom, because now the problem that you are facing is the problem that in Zimbabwe is the issue of separating the state and ZANU-PF. That's where the problem is. So if you fail to separate, wait, I was listening when you are talking.
No one is speaking about separating the state and ZANU-PF.
I'm going there. Listen. Then when someone is maybe perpetrating violence, whether it's from ZANU-PF or from the state, then you are saying if it is ZANU-PF, we have to take it because there is a political connected.
No, you're not getting me. To me, ZANU-PF and the state are one and the same thing because they cannot do anything without the core head of the state. I'm talking about criminal violence that is putting in someone coming into my house and wanting to do something in my house. That one, my friend, I stand here with it. It's called self-defense. Now, when I'm dealing with the state, and I acknowledge that the state is an oppressive regime, I move differently. And you have to move differently. Because if you do not move differently, this thing turns around and stays. You cannot turn around and think you can move one by one, one by one, one by one. How do you know? How do you know that something that like this is happened? It happened in Kweru last week. You are not there. That means a culture has to be created. A culture that turns around and speaks of the ability of exposing the state. Why? Why don't we want to expose the state? What harm?
You are right, but that's your own way. It's your own way of doing it. But the only shortest way of doing it is to fight with the people who stay in the people. If a person is being sent, like myself, I'm sending from the people, fighting the people, I'm sent by the state, but I'm going back again to the people. The people will send a message to the state by fighting those people who are victimizing them. Then they will know that the people are now fighting back. You can't send a message to the state like ZANU-PF and listen to the government of Zimbabwe and listen to you. If you know that person is running with an AK, but as he's a civilian. He's just like Mbava yatora futi kana Bemba because hana uniform. Kana wakambenda kuarmy kana wakaenda kumusoja unozviziva izvozvo zeta unless kana usina. If just a person has been sanctioned and is just running, you can only identify him as a state security or a policeman or a soldier. When you apprehend him and he produced an ID, but as he was running, if it was those people just wake up and say, no, we can't let this go. Let's kill this man. You can be beaten. And later it can be explained as the state security agent because he's a civilian like us, a civilian with a gun.
Then what benefits do you think that is going to give?
The benefit is that if you fight, you beat him, you send a message to the state that they have to send soldiers or police to do that. It's not a civilian's job, a civilian job exactly.
So tomorrow, when they send soldiers and the police people wearing uniform to come and do the same thing, what are you going
It's
to
not
do?
for you now. It's not for you now to
So
publish. It will be
you're going
now
to allow that?
everywhere. It will be now everywhere. Like what is done is not everywhere. Why are they not sending soldiers and police? They are sending civilian people in civil uniform because they don't want to know that it's a state sanctioned thing.
So
And
therefore,
you
why
want to show the people that it's a state sanctioned thing. It's not different. You are doing it the wrong way.
you think so?
That
Wrong way. It's the wrong way.
Okay.
That can you bring Bosalan up as a speaker?
Yeah.
Yeah, she has been sending DMs.
Sorry, guys, I don't have my classes today. So what I'm trying to say, guys, you are trying to deal with two things here. And this I'm not going to lie to you. One, you have to acknowledge who we are today as a collective. We're oppressed people that turn around and watch a political abuse, intimidation happen and keep quiet. Two, you're trying to stop the intimidation and the violence. Two things with one act. You have to build up the courage to say no. You have to build up the courage to expose. That turns around and addresses two problems. Without doing that, whatever action you are going to do after that is not going to take out the desired outcome. If you move with that, you are going to have places where some will turn around and say, it's not happening in my place because we've got A, B, C, D. And some that are saying it's happening in my place because we cannot have A, B, C, D. And if you do that, it is easier for a system to work on you. Because you have not turned around and created a culture, a mindset. I'll give you a good example. If you're not blind, you know Rose Camp. If you're not blind, Rose Camp was an army base. There's a reason why it is there. It was built there to turn around and look at people of Makukoba because of what they were doing. Because of the culture. The army base is from Sisu John Roth's time. It got converted into a police station during the Rhodesian times. But it still had an objective to deal with this community that there in front of them. That community there created a culture that now we turn around and call it a culture of resistance. The ability to stand first before you even fight, to take in the pain. Because if you are going to fight without taking in the pain, my friend, one first blow is going to put you down. It's going to shock you because you are not used to this. But we cannot recreate that. What we have here is phone and the internet. The ability of us to take a video and make it trend report it, constantly report it. Not even to people in Zimbabwe, but to people outside. Now you're creating a resistance. Now you're creating more evidence to come in and you expose. Now when you turn around and say, okay, we need to go and speak out because of this thing that is happening, everyone goes. From old ladies that are 90s to young children that are 10 years old. Because you have created a culture. That if they turn around and take 100 people from the front, the other 100 people in the back turn around and come in and step in their shoes because you have created a culture. You cannot jump that process, whether you like it or not. Because that process is what gives birth to the ability to resist. Because what the other side is going to use is pain. At the moment we've got Job, 500 days. Jacob is going to say 4. The reason why that number is not increased is because there is no culture. The reason why we do not line up, to go and save the 4 years and 500 days for turning around and expressing our disgruntlement in a protest is because there is no culture. That culture was there and now has been watered down, in some cases crushed. So we have to turn around and redo this. It sounds stupid sometimes, but that's what you need to fight that. Because the tools that they have, you have to be able to withstand them. At this moment in time, people will turn around and say, "Oh, you are going to become like scientists." And the 99% of you shit yourself here. Because there's no culture. You have to acknowledge that.
Z, as a host, can you just maybe allow other speakers to interact with you? Then you give your own side. They talk, you talk, they talk, you talk. Because it seems as if now it's now one man's stand. Let them talk, you talk. Let them talk, you talk, so that we can share ideas and hear what others think about what you are saying.
This is what I'm saying. I always do that. If you are for freedom and you want to fight an authoritarian regime and remove an authoritarian regime, you have to be willing to take baby steps. And you have to be willing to turn around and keep your emotions in check. Because emotions here do not win you anything. They just give you hundreds. You have to be able to keep your emotions in check and stand on principles and morality here. And therefore, what it calls for, the ability for you to actually turn around and get beaten for those principles and moralities, for the right thing. But if we think to ourselves that we can, oh no, that he turns around and comes to your house and, oh, he's done AF and takes your person and hits your person, and you think to yourself, oh no, I'll go to Zeti's house and hit him. You're not dealing with the government, you're just dealing with Zeti. Stop dealing with people. Stop dealing with governments. then you're in the path of actually turning around and freeing something. You have to be able to take pain. But for that to happen, people, you have to start learning to do the basics you have with the materials you have. Phone, internet, send. Not turning around and spending time blocking each other and turning around and sending each other crazy messages. To people that they cannot even turn around and skin a goat. Hit the government where it hurts, expose. This is what they are doing to MP, chasing MP with the automatic rifle. Kidnap the MP, beat the MP. This is what happened today in the morning world. This is what happened last week. If you can't do that, the rest of the things of turning around and saying, oh no, we can stay in that court is Twitter talk. If you're in the England, please come to my shop. Come to my shop in. We'll show you what the violence is.
That's where people miss the point. A good example, Jim Gnaka was in ZANU-PF and he was doing all he wanted. When he was kicked out of ZANU-PF, did people take action? Nothing. Vakatomutambira kuti angaita zvinhu zvakanaka. That's the culture in most Zimbabweans. Gwara, cowardness. Where that guy akazosungwa mumutani Josephat that is small young guy angari musoja. That guy was going out with my sister and he was living in Wigan. If you check on the police system, you see that story. He did bash my sister. That was around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And where I live, and where all my brothers live, we went to Wigan. We don't report. That night, we went to Wigan. And like we got him there. Do the justice. And we took our sister back. So this thing, as the reporter, my police also try action, take the shit first. Then if the police gonna get involved, more up markers like so. But these things, we grow up in the location. We grow up, we're more like streetwise. We know what to do. If I wanna look, Zeti, let's say we are enemies. We are enemies, Zeti. And I know maybe Zeti has got 15 guys around his crew. They can overpower me. I would dig each and every member of your family. There are so many ways I can attack you. But this thing, it's ZANU-PF, it's Mnangagwa, it's what? Hit them where they will come together and cry. You go underneath. One day but this thing,
Mofu, listen.
Mofu, do you think in the state
hold on.
you
hold
can...
on, hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Mofu, hold on.
Yeah, Zeti will hold on, but can I come through after?
Yes,
I've been lifting
yes.
my hand for a while. Can I come through after?
Yes. On a personal level, Mofu. It's understandable. But Mofu, if we are going to free ourselves, this is the best way to deal with an authoritarian regime. There is no other way. Every other way, Mofu, they go and train for it. What they cannot train for is a demographic that turns around and reflects the population. What they cannot train for is non-violent moves. That's what they cannot train for. The rest of the things, Mofu, they train for that. Zimbabwe is designed for that. So first you expose. You cannot jump that process. I don't know why you guys are not understanding it. Someone turns around and puts a video in to say, I'm about to be kidnapped here. The first thing you do, you alert everyone. You make that trend. Someone has been taken here. These are the people that took the person. Why? Because it's crucial at that moment in time. The first hours are crucial. You make it trend outside here. So that whatever happens to that other person, it is just an update. That's how you deal with the state. We cannot go toe to toe with the state. People. We have to be careful here. We've got tools here. Phone, internet. That's it. English. How do we educate the people? We make it trend here. Because that person that has been taken, the noise outside, my friend, is the best thing you can give them. It's the best thing. Because even if they come or they don't come, you keep the noise. That is a culture that we need to create. The idea that Zimbabweans are not brave, that is an illusion. I always say in Southern Africa, there is no one that touches us in this shit. But unfortunately, baby steps. Because we know who we are now. We are spread around the world, people. We are connected wherever we are here. We use the tools that we have. Let's not jump.
Hi Zeti, thanks. Mkoma effort, thanks for letting Zeti know. Zeti poto uchitariso ma message. Anditi, obotora break. But thanks for adding me.
I don't have my glasses today. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay, my brother. It's okay. Thanks for adding me. Right. There's. I've seen the pictures. I've seen the videos. It's horrific. I mean, I went to. I noticed the beatings on his back. And so forth. It's horrible. And I have a quick question. When they say that he's been injected with an unknown liquid, has anyone ever done a the toxicology? Is that the name, Zeti? That test you do to find out what that unknown liquid is, because this is not the first time I've heard about this unknown liquid. Has there ever been anyone who's gone through this, who's spoken about an unknown liquid being injected, ever found out what that liquid is? Because I find it quite weird that we never ever find out what liquid actually the doctors are not doing tests, or they actually don't know what it is. If you could quickly answer, Zeti, before I go on.
I've never come across someone that can point out what it is.
Okay.
Maybe psychological games. I do not know.
Right. Yeah, because it would be good for us. I mean, if we're going to keep on hearing about these things, especially that liquid, there has to be some confirmation or test done to actually tell us what it is. You know, I think it's paramount. Because we have to, it can't just be the reporting to the police. It has to be all sorts of things. The doctors have to do their checks. They have to provide their reports, and all these tests have to be taken as well. I mean, this is what is supposed to happen even when you've got rape victims. You're supposed to check every single part of them, document it, and make sure that it's there. But I feel like, you know, and it's quite, I want to get a bigger picture of what's going on. Then I was listening here, and I heard a couple of the gentlemen speaking here. It's like they're saying, let's do vigilante justice. And that is quite dangerous in itself, vigilante justice is very dangerous. So I would have loved a situation, because what Zeti was talking about was how crucial the first couple of minutes and hours when someone is abducted and so forth, taken, whichever way you want to say it or look at it. Now, one thing is there in the Cheguti, sure, Munu, like, this post that Takudzwa put, Achiti, we fear Foko. Was this on the 10th of October? This was like a tweet Yaka poster. And I always say, Kuti, for every action, you definitely get a reaction, right? And I'm not excusing what's happening at all. At all. Get that right. But I am still going to say what I have to say, whether it offends people or what, but I'm going to say my piece. When you have a situation where you are posting things like we fear Foko, and you are literally putting something on your back. We have to understand the way Zimbabwe is at the current climate. We have to understand the politics, the way things can happen. We are people who are aware. Right? So wouldn't the best thing be just tread carefully? Tread carefully. Because what you don't want, including oh, we know where they live, we know, because now it sounds like you're now targeting Mapurisa Ese, you're now targeting anyone who's a CIO or anyone who works under ZANU-PF. That's what it's starting to sound like to me, right? If you're saying, Kuti, we know where they live, we know where they drink, like, why are you putting, you have to understand, Kuti, it's not everyone who waits to find out whether someone is the person or not. And yet that person has got completely nothing to do with anything, or even a police officer. Are you telling me that all police in Zimbabwe are ZANU-PF? Is that what you're saying? Are you telling me that all police officers can do things like this, or they subscribe to things like this? Is that what you're saying? Because when you're now calling for vigilante justice, anyone can be a target. And that, when you say such things, that means you as well, utorine problem. And you're not fixing the situation, but you're actually adding more fuel to fire. That's what you're doing. So what do you tell me now? Because I'm from a family with police people, right? I'm from a family with politicians. I'm a family of so and so. Saka mangwana ndonzoti hama yangu yabatanidzwa something chayanga isingazweka pamanga storipo pamanga somewhere else, and then they just get caught up because someone has carelessly said on a public platform, kuti tinofana kunovarova, we have to give them back, we have to do what? Do you even understand the words that you're putting through, the words that are coming out of your mouth, that you're no different from the perpetrators of such violence? You need to separate your emotions. Whenever something like this happens, this is the time where you think clearly. Not Yukutarama statements are dangerous like that. In fact, one was even saying, you're saying it on a public platform. Like on a serious note, if someone was recording right now, what would happen there? It's like people don't fear the consequences of actions anymore. So it's quite dangerous to me when I hear people talking like that. What's happened is very unfortunate, right? But you have to think clearly whenever something's happening. You can't be led by your emotions, because what you're actually going to do is create a bigger problem than the one we're trying to sort. I've been on platforms, Kudara and Chitara Ime. Our leaders know the situation, the playing field they've entered into. Tread carefully. Chichu, can you tell me, Kuti, you're no longer representing your communities or your constituencies? Ukango shana ne basa nofana kuitwa. Ukaita ma arguments anisho kuita ne basa ra okapiwa ra okapoint okavoterwa kuitwa. Can you tell me, Kuti, people are incapable of doing that? There has to be a difference between our legislators and activism, because that is pure activism in my legislators. They need to separate themselves from such. For every action, there'll always be a reaction. Every single action. And you know what is so interesting now? Pesa paneta, something like this, unona a presser. There'll be a presser from Triple C at such whatever hours. Weekly, they'll give you my pressers. Weekly, you'd get pressers where they'll be coming out and speaking to you guys. What happened to the previous week? I'm not even going to count when Ostalos was on a space, that doesn't count. Pressa, Yavanaita, Vachinvaita, Media, and so forth. Where was the presser recently? Last week was there a presser naiti yakaitwa. Is yavajaira kuita vachishedza what do you call it, journalists. Did they do one last week? Because last week there were a lot of questions to do with things that people wanted answers to. People wanted answers with regards to disengagement, this and that. Presser yakangwaitwa ndeuti Ostalos ango, it's not even a presser. Ostalos just came onto a space last week, which is theirs, by the way. And then people were not even given the platform to ask questions because it was their space. And people think like, oh yeah, they've communicated with us. They said, Ostalo said that you'd get weekly pressers from Triple C. They didn't do one last week, but now all of a sudden, paitika this, gatite presser. This kind of nature. Yekuda kuti munongo manya nezvinhu zvakaipa. Why this kind of thing? This is what they want publicity on. They don't want publicity on other things when it comes to us questioning them about the manner in which they're handling things, the chabangu, the this and that, the disengagement. They don't want the presser coming in and asking those questions. It's when paitika something like this, let's hold a presser. Tunofana, we have to hit the pan while it's still hot. Let's have a presser. Let's show the world that one of our own has been abducted. One of our own has gone through this. It feels too tingati chiko. Even theatrics so. That's how it starts to feel like. They should stick to what they say. Irregardless of apana abductor, they should still be a presser. Stick by your words. Give people an opportunity to even ask when things happen. But now, Unona Shinzi, we're going to have a presser. Hey, Ngabachita presser. And what are they going to be talking about? Obviously, this abduction. And last week time, apana ko abductor, another person in Triple C. Wakaita a presser about that. Why now? Like, with all due respect. And you're not even, it's a thing, Yaguti. Now I'm seeing names of people being put on social media. Oh, the person who's taken him is called this, is called that, is called that. Mambo verify and I'ma put it up before you start just tweeting things and posting things all over the network. Have you literally confirmed the names that you're just putting out there? And then we have a place where someone is taking a name ya tweet because it's been posted on social media and you're like, let's go to that person, let's go sort them out. That is dangerous thinking. Dangerous thinking. And anyone who follows such, you're just as bad as the perpetrators of violence. Anyways, I'll end there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. ZANU-PF has got a history of this. And the history is in black and white, guys. When they take you, the chances of you coming back are 50-50. The chances of you coming back, okay. Action like this change your life. A history of it. With me, when it comes to you, I let them do presence, people. Because at the end of the day, we have lost people for this shit, you know? No one in Zimbabwe is allowed to beat you. Not even the police, not even the army. It is unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional. Later on, turn around and chase you with a gun. That's unconstitutional. He's in his 20s. This is crazy. ZANU-PF needs to be exposed for this. You've got a history of never turning around and dealing with the people that do this. The court system does not turn around and deal with it. So now we have to turn around and invite the international people. There was a report that was put in just before the elections, I think.
That is it. You're about to go on another long one. Aye.
Sorry. Sorry.
Firstly, Salani, it doesn't matter if it's looking theatrics, like it's theatrics, it's theater, or it's not, or even if it's false. The police still have to do their jobs. They actually have to come to us and prove
But
that.
that's why it matters, Katadin. That's exactly why it matters.
Let
That's
me
exactly why it
give the same
matters.
respect that we gave you. The same respect that you gave
I'm
you.
still answering you. That's exactly why it matters.
Zeti, I think we were quiet when she was speaking. Doesn't mean
Yes. So
so.
guys, just
Yes.
respect. Just allow people to do the submissions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but responding, he mentioned my name, Zeti. Ngasataure starankango pa submission. If you mention my name, I'll respond.
We're going
Don't
to
Okay,
mention my name. Give your submission.
okay, let's cancel the names. Just do the submissions.
It doesn't matter if people are doing dramas or people are being genuine. The police still have to do their job. They still have to investigate and prove that this is a drama or prove that this is real. The police in Zimbabwe have never done that. They didn't even do that when Nelson Chamisa, advocate Nelson Chamisa, claimed that there were bullets that were put into his car. So that is bad on their part. Either way, because now we don't even know how that issue ended. It still just remains as an accusation between ZANU PF and the CCC. One side saying we were shot, the other saying no, they were never shot. It's just something that they created in order for them to gain traction online. So either ways, the police in Zimbabwe are guilty of being incapable to do their job, to carry their mandate, and to bring rest to such issues. So there is no point whereby we will ever find a Takudzwa or any of the other people that have claimed or that have shown that they've been abducted and have been beaten. Until the police come through and say, no, for sure, we have proven that he was here and these are the friends. The person carrying the gun is so and so. It was not a real gun. Or vice versa. The gun is real. And this person is called so and so, and this is where they got the gun. Were they supposed to have a gun or were they not? And we have to hold the Zimbabwean police to account. We have to tell them that on all the cases that have happened, you have never come up with a conclusion. Ponyati, I think, inspector, is always talking about other issues. We had a murderous policeman that was running around killing people. He came out, he spoke about it. We had that serial killer in Zimbabwe. He came out, he spoke about it. He speaks about everything else apart from these issues. Why? Yet the responsibility is on them as an institution. So at the end of the day, this does not fall in the lap of CCC or the people that have said that we've been abused. It's always on those that are supposed to do the job to prove that they have been abused or not. And if they have not, then go a step further and charge them. That's what happens everywhere else. We then charge you for it. Not could we just assume till kumba kwedu and not do our job to say, I know these guys, because they do it so frequent and then they have pressers, then they must be lying. No, that's not the case. So I think we have to all go to ZRP, call ZRP, make follow-ups, point them to these issues and say, what is your take as an institution? What are you doing? Before we even go to ZANU PF, that's the first stop. And then when they show that they're incapable and there's something that's holding them back, then we can proceed to say, why are you not doing this? Is it because you're protecting ZANU PF? Good thing ZANU PF is listening. I hope CCC is also listening. You see? So that's one. And I think that's where our blame and our focus as a people should be. The next thing is on the issue to do with trending. That this is the most trending issue and video on Zimbabwean timelines right now. Unfortunately, algorithm here, Twitter, actually sections. Kwewangwe, what is trending right now is Palestine. Kwewangwe, what is trending is Forex. And I'm sure there's somewhere else where a sex tape is trending. You see. And this trend issue has not resolved our problems. It hasn't resolved our problems. We did this with the Joanna cases. We did this with other cases that came. We did it with Nelson Chamisa. Good for him. A bulletproof car came out of it. But what has it actually achieved to make these things trend? So I think it has to go beyond that. Even if we keep on saying we are exposing ZANU PF or we are exposing government and its failures, right? Dairanga ritori film dairatsva. If it was a film that we were producing by now, it would have burnt through the film because level exposure yachoka yafurikidza. What is the end that we are seeking? Right now, in terms of trending, we have put it up there. It's already trending. But what follows through? And the follow through is in some things that you were talking about. What is the culture of the people in trying to hold to account? But you're never going to be able to educate 15, 16 million people to behave in a particular manner first when organized groups do not behave in that manner. And this I'm bringing to you, Zeti. What has ZAPU done as an organized institution with structures? Right? What has it done in response to such matters? From the very first one, not just this one, Ngarifu, what's his name, Takudzwa, right? What have they done as an institution that is actually organized and that can mobilize? What has the CCC also done apart from doing what you and I can do? Write a statement such as what Promise has done. We can all do that. But these institutions are better organized and should be doing more. Have they shown resistance to go on the ground where it has happened and said, Apana Mpurisa, but we know where he was taken? Why have police not shown up here? Right? Apart from talking, have they put their presence to show that they actually have an institution that can respond and put pressure on these other state apparatus that we're talking about? And because you don't expect ordinary citizens to all of a sudden start to organize, after organizing, then resist. When institutions that already exist and are supposed to be educating these masses are not doing the same. You are a bona fide member. Have you gone to your structures and said, look, folks, this is what has happened. What is our response to it? If it has happened to CCC, it is likely to happen to us soon also as the resistance or as the opposition. How are we responding to it? And then the colleagues who have actually been affected, my colleagues Angarufun, Takudzwa, what are they also doing? Right, because we have to desist and stop this issue of thinking that Twitter and all these social medias are going to yield anything apart from putting information out there. We have to. I'll leave it there. Otherwise, but police needs to be brought to account. They have to prove this is false, or they have to prove that this is true, and then bring the perpetrators to book. Chete. And they haven't been doing that in a lot of cases. So how do we now apply pressure to them to do their job? I think chekutanga kufona tichita follow up kuti report yaiswere. Nekuvunza futi vanhu vacho affected if they actually put a formal report. And then constantly ask them, how has it progressed? We haven't done that. Yet we have room to do that. We haven't done that on all those cases that happened before. Even up to now, and this was here with advocate Joshua vakapfurwa nemabara. And the police didn't do that in Zimbabwe. But you end up growth point to no reads up foot. Just anyway, and pull out a gun. Even if you have the license, see what will happen to you. What is it? Why is the same not happening in the political arena? Thank you.
Zeti, I have a quick question before the next speaker. Is it true kuti atsikwa nemota? Because I'm seeing Zim Daily and other platforms, they're saying he was run over by a car. Has that been confirmed through doctors and so forth? If you know?
No, I don't know about doctors, but I saw the check marks of the wheels.
Okay, so okay, all right. Saka ipapo kutsikwa saka anakuita any broken bone or nothing. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say, Zeti? Without medical uyu, anyone can say whatever they want to say. And then is that what people are just taking? And then people run with that, because I'm more interested to find out what the doctors are saying, because they're supposed to do a full examination, are they not?
Yes, but then we have to wait.
You see, that is the job of the police. The police are the ones that are now supposed to do that investigation and prove that this victim is lying. It's not upon us to dismiss victims. If a person approaches and says, I was raped and I was raped by Tadini Masai, the police do not say, no, you were not raped, show us. They say, okay, you are a rape victim, and start to treat you as such until a point they prove that you're lying. until they've done an analysis on you and tested and say, no, the rape kit is not showing anything of force, it's showing consent. Or the rape kit is saying that there is no DNA from Mr. Messiah at all. In terms of, we do not come and try to discredit a victim first before doing investigation. We believe the victim until we discredit them. And the police has to do that. We cannot be asked as citizens to say, no, munhu ari atsikwa hatifungi kuti atsikwa zvemashuwa. Ngatange atiratidza x-ray kuti atyoke. They have to do that. And why have they not done that on all those other cases? We cannot be expected to do bullet hole ranyasopinda pamota ya Nelson Chamisa. They have to come and say, akuna bullet hole rakadai, so we have looked for gunpowder residue, we have looked for this, and it's not there. So therefore, the president of the CCC is lying and shall be held liable and shall be charged. They haven't done that. So why are they there? Now you're asking citizens, no, we need to now on a case-to-case basis dismiss, no, this one has truly been run over. No, this one has truly been abducted. It's not our part. Our part is to accept the victim and ask those that investigate to approach and start the investigation. They even have state doctors that are certified to make conclusions on such. Not even Dr. saying. They have specific folks that should do that. Why have those folks not come out in other cases, including this one? Where is the police in Zimbabwe? Before we start to take this political and try to discredit this person and discredit that other person, if the same was to happen to a ZANU-PF person, the police should still come up and say, yes, Akatsiko is sure, yes, he has been taken by someone. Now we want to find out if that someone is CCC or is SAP. What kind of society are we trying to create by having the citizen being the one who dismisses another citizen who has made claims and allegations?
Zeti, a quick question. So when they do their pressers, Zeti, should they have known something about what they're saying, or they can still put it as a claim or allegations? Like, what I'm trying to ask here is that with all the pictures that are coming out, right, which are horrific, now, at what point, as much as we're saying police have to do it, but what about the doctors? Well, don't they have a thing where they tell the family of, or even the individual who's gone through such violent acts, kumudza uti ndizvatikuona izvi ndizvatikuona, before even statements are made? Because I've known of situations whereby rape victims, but here obviously we know because it's been on social media. So I guess that anonymity thing goes out the window. But regardless of that, during the presser, are they going to be talking about the findings of the doctors, or they have to wait for the police to do what they do? And if the police does not, what does it mean? Even pavanotaura, and then maybe something else happens later on. How does that work? I want to understand how it works. Because already people are saying police, they've been quiet about a lot of things. I don't know about the follow-ups, whether people have done follow-ups with regards to that, because we never see this on social media. We never see them saying, oh, we were following up on this because the police didn't do anything. I've never seen that. Please correct me if I'm wrong, if someone has seen a follow-up from those who go through this. So now my question would be, have they also received something like in writing from the doctors? Because obviously he's in hospital. Is he not in hospital?
I think Zimbabwe wants to answer that. I don't know.
I think it's important that I come in. There's a nurse recently in the UK. Her name is Lucy Letby, who was convicted of killing innocent babies. If you read the report, if you go through, I think it's on Daily Mirror or something like that, if you go to the podcast, what it looks like, and if you watch the panorama, is that some of the doctors, they were going out and putting out concerns regarding certain things that were happening. And it seems like it was the doctors that kept on coming out again and again and saying, look, this is not right, this is not right. But there was one point where the doctors were forced to apologize to Lucy Letby because of the culture that was created within the hospital, within that particular area. And if you read previous reports, you see, the thing, when you see something, you have to go back. Thank you, Mkomazeti, for this. You're really teaching me how to do this. I really thank you. You have to go back and then try and find out if there's a root cause to this. And read other reports of other maternity services and other neonatal and postnatal services within a particular section. And the general atmosphere within the NHS, National Health Service of the UK, to find out if there is a culture of not reporting certain things. Yeah? This is why, Mkomazeti, I appreciate you talking about culture. It took a mammoth task and a number of years before the first arrest was made, and then bail. And then the second arrest was made, and then bail. And then the court case has now happened, and she has been charged for the murder of quite a number of babies. If there had been a culture of listening to the doctors first and then investigating as soon as possible, there could have been so many other lives that could have been saved. And here we're talking about innocent babies. Lucy Letby. Now, let's hark back to the Zimbabwean situation. Is there a culture in Zimbabwe of reporting beatings, summary executions, violence by state agents? Is there a culture of reporting to the police, including rapes? Is there a culture of reporting all of them to the police and of the police following up the way that they are expected to in a normal society? Is that culture there in Zimbabwe? Idi Mnangagwa was on France 24 when he was being interviewed. And he said those rape victims were all lying. Bring them to me, bring them here, bring them forward. We would like to see them and interview them. That's what he said with his own mouth. And then today, you expect for there to be proper investigations by the police where the state could be found wanting. And Zimbabwe has not even signed the treaty against summary executions. Summary execution is killing somebody summarily without any trial. That's what a summary execution is. Abductions. An abduction is taking somebody without having proper documentation by the state or another organization. And torture. I don't need to go into what torture is. Everyone knows what pain is. And that is not supposed to be happening, but Zimbabwe has not signed the United Nations treaty against that. It's there in the constitution. Yeah, it's there. But how many parts of the constitution have been pretty much ripped to shreds by ZANU-PF? Is there a culture of holding them in check? Is there a culture of the police investigating thoroughly? If you expect for there to be a culture today of investigating things thoroughly by the police, then why have they not told you what happened to what's his name? The one who died, and then his brother died again. Itai Dzamara. Why have we not found out what happened to him? How many other Zimbabweans were chucked in mine shafts? And how many of those CIO killed people, tortured people, and then they were given pardon by the president. Even the lady, the female broadcaster, what's her name? Man, this is really affecting me. So my mind is going blank. I've forgotten her name. The female broadcaster. You know who I'm talking about. She was always on our TV screens. She was literally tortured, and only because her friends were in high places in America that she was not killed. And then her own torturers, remembering the Zimbabwe government ended up paying compensation to her. Her own torturers were appointed to the top of the CIO. And then today somebody is going to come saying, oh, let this be investigated. Like, are you for real? Are you for real? Are you really being serious? We're talking about you wanting investigations from Zimbabwe Republic Police. Investigations over what? When and how? If you put a but after saying you are sorry about something, it nullifies everything that you are sorry about. Everything, each and every single thing that you might be concerned about is nullified. And everything that you say after the but is the main thing that you are trying to say. It's like me coming and saying, I hit you, I'm very sorry, but you deserved it. What's the point saying sorry then? There is absolutely no point saying sorry. I hurt your feelings, but you deserved it. Why the hell should I say I hurt your feelings? Why should I acknowledge it? Why should I acknowledge it? There is no need for me to acknowledge it at all. We need to be careful about the way that we talk and be frank and honest about the culture that we are creating. If something is bad, it is bad. If there is torture, there is torture. If there is killings, there is killings. If there is summary executions, there is summary executions. I don't want to see a Zimbabwe that ends up being like what was happening in Mozambique. It's just next door to us. I'm not even talking about Syria. I'm not talking about Afghanistan, Iraq. No. The only way that I know to avoid that happening is to create a culture where we, as Zimbabweans, make sure that we look after each other. When the only organizations that are legally allowed to mete out extreme violence and pain, extreme violence is allowed to be meted out by an army. Padare will tell you, he's here. The extreme violence that an army can mete out includes killing. It doesn't matter where you go in the world. They are the only ones that are allowed to do that. Pain is allowed to be meted out by the police. It doesn't matter where you go in the world. It is universal. They can use a baton stick, they can use water, they can use pepper spray, they can use what do you call that? That tear gas. All that is to inflict pain. They can put handcuffs on you. They can tie you up in funny positions. But in Zimbabwe, who is holding them to account? Which policemen have you seen being taken to court for beating somebody? How many people have been beaten by police in Zimbabwe? Tell me one. There was the CIO agent who was going killing people and he killed a policeman, and then it became a story. But the rest of the police, nothing happens to them. Because we have created a culture, us, where we make these things acceptable. And we start questioning, what did that victim do? A woman goes and reports that she's been raped. We are creating a culture where we're asking, what happened? We. Instead of us creating a culture where we say, let's listen to the victim. Police investigate. Let's do this. And then after that, we see what is going to come out. No. This business of questioning the victim. And no. You should know how painful it feels when somebody makes you feel pain just from feelings only, not even from somebody inflicting pain like a policeman or a parent when you're very young or whatever, because we used to have corporal punishment in Zimbabwe. Everyone knows that. But now you're talking about an adult being run over by a vehicle, being beaten by other men. And it's not the first time. Women, the same thing has happened to women. What happened? Others started coming in and questioning. For what reason? What kind of culture are you trying to create? I learned there. Thank you.
Is that it's always funny when the people who come and say, let's have a heart, let's feel for one another, something Chinotaura should be good is good, bad is bad. But when there was people talking here about let's do vigilante justice and it's no over, we know where they drink, we know where they live. They literally said nothing towards that. So does that make that right? Why don't you speak out about such things as well when they're spoken? If truly you are the moral police, I think we need to come to a point where at the end of the day, you stick to what you say. Let what you say be what you do. Because I've seen a number of times where even the same women you're saying this could be a rape victim. There are women that are treated like rape victims on social media. Misogynists go after them. And I don't see this kind of let's know when right is right, this kind of defense for let's do the right thing. Does that mean that your silence during the time when that happens, it means that like, what are we trying to do here? I hate it when people try to act holier than thou when they know they're not, and we know they're not. At the end of the day, we are discussing Shaitika. It's not about let's ask the victim or anything. No one wants this to happen to anyone. But if you're going to come on a platform and then be like, oh, if you say, oh, sorry for what happened, but therefore it nullifies everything. Not at all. That's not the case. I don't know where you went to school, but that's not the case at all. The reason why that but comes in is for people to not always be emotional and be led by your emotions. Because right now, I can already see the headlines. Headline Ichati, a citizen abducted by ZANU PF CIO. Already that's the headline, is it not? Is there going to be waiting for the police to do their thing or waiting for what? Because already that's what I see being said there. So where's the investigation? Where's the who's responsible for this? We've come to a point where it literally doesn't matter anymore. Anything that is wicked, tinotongo ilenda padope zanu. And Zeti, you know that's the case. This whole thing, irukutonzi zanu, you know it.
So then, when the guys were talking, yeah, you were putting in a conversation that we're talking about. So they were mostly responding to me, and I was responding to them. It wasn't a case of let's go into violence.
No, but Zeti,
it was a context of what we're.
Yes,
I hear.
Context
of what we're arguing about.
But it was still said. It was still said, wasn't it?
In the context of what we're arguing about. It wasn't a context. It was not in the context of let's go into violence. It was in the context.
No, that's exactly the context it came out, Zeti. Unless if you're trying to clear it now, which is better. If you want, no. Yeah, that is how it came out, regardless of what you were talking about. That's how it came out. I'm telling you because I was listening.
Yes, and they were talking to me.
Yes, he was talking to you, responding to what you were saying.
Yes.
And giving examples of where he's gone out and beaten someone before. Did that not happen?
Yes. In the context of what we're talking about.
Is that not vigilante justice, regardless of them responding to you? They still said it on this platform. I didn't hear anyone saying "Aiwa Musadaro," it's wickedness, it's bad. Where was where was this whole moral police when that was being said?
It was in the context of what we're talking about. They were responding to me. I was responding to them.
No problem, but it was still said and we heard it.
No. This is what I'm trying to address.
You're not
'Cause we-
addressing it, Zeti. Many people have been responding to what I've been saying. It still means
Yes.
they've said it.
That means
It
you
still
understand.
means they've said it, though. It
That
still
means
means
you,
they've said it.
that means you are responding to the context of what they were talking about. You cannot take it out of context. This is why I'm saying they were talking to me and I was responding to them.
You were talking to all of us and we were listening. Even if you were to the two of you, we were all listening.
Yes,
That's
but I
the
was
thing about the
talking.
public platform.
No. It does not matter. They were talking in the context of what we were talking about. They were talking to me. They were responding to what I've said, not anyone else what anyone has said, and I was responding to what they've said.
They were responding to what
Conversation
you
was in
said
a
with
journey.
regards to the situation. And they said, we know where they live, we know where they drink, we need to do something. That's what they were saying.
How can
That's
they know where
what
they
was being said.
How can they know where they live when we're talking about it? No one knew who the person was.
There are names that have been circulating on social media. Maybe you're hosting a space, so you're not keeping an eye.
This is
There
what I'm
are
saying.
names which have been mentioned.
At the time when we were talking about it, it was only less than 30 minutes of everyone turning around and posting it on social media. The names were not.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
And I'm telling you.
As well.
Yes.
So it wasn't about, it was a few minutes ago. That post had been there for quite some time.
No.
The post had been there for quite some time, Zeti. There's a
The post does not have a name.
You cannot erase what we all heard someone saying here.
I am not even trying to erase it.
Right. So even if you say he was communicating with you, but we were all listening to the communications. We're all here to communicate with one another.
Therefore, you asked in the context of the person that they were talking to. That's why I did not, to me, it was nothing to raise.
He knows where you drink, where you live. Was he meaning you when he was talking? Or he was talking about people who are suspected to be part of this?
How does he know that?
I asked a question, Dika, did you realize that it's not all police, it's not all people, or even my CIO who indulge in such things? That's the point I was making. So if you do a bracket statement, we know where they live. We know it's like anyone can do anything they want to anyone. If you work for the police or whatever, is everyone at risk then?
Listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, that they were talking to me. The conversation was moving. It moved from the adoption. It moved to how we therefore deal with it. I gave examples of how we turn around and deal with people coming in to do violence. Yeah. It was moving. It is the rolling conversation that actually turned around and said, okay, how do you deal with someone that turns around and comes in? This is why I said, let's separate state, the acknowledged state, violence, and criminality. Criminality is a self-defense. You come to my house and you want to turn around and do criminality in my house. Does not matter where it is, at home or here.
So why was he mentioning we know where they drink, we know where they live? You cannot
How
erase
would anyone know when no one knew
there
who
is
they
no
are?
way you're going to erase Jatanzwa, Zeti. It's not going to work like that.
What you heard and what we're
We
talking
all
about.
heard it. We all heard it. But it's
You're not
interesting
wanting to
how a
hear.
few of us are speaking about it. A few of us are speaking about it because it's like it's okay for people to just target everyone they feel like.
I do not want to create a narrative that will turn around and make people not want to talk about it.
Whether it's created or not,
this is what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. When someone is talking to me and the conversation is flowing, that means I understand what they're talking about. And I'm responding. Hold on. That means I understand what they're talking about. This is why we could move from the adoption to experiences that we had with family members. We moved to Kukraundi because we were actually in sync with what we're talking about. Despite what you heard, they were talking to me. I was responding to them.
We were talking to you and calling for people to go and deal with people where they drink and where they live. Nah, that's unacceptable by any standard.
How would someone call for people that they do not know?
Yeah, they did it. It happened here on your watch.
No. You see, this is the problem. This is how narrative starts happening. Why didn't you
Well, it's
ask
your
me? Why
job
didn't you
as
ask
the host
me?
to make sure that when they say that, unodzora munhu. But
No,
zvataurwa, it's been said, and I'm the only person who spoke out about it. Vamwe vari
no,
kuuya
you are
vari
the only.
maholier than thou preachers panapa.
No,
None of them mention such a thing as if they're okay with it.
if you are
Let's
able to
not be
talk,
selective of what we hear.
how can I be selective of what I'm hearing when I'm talking
Not
to them?
you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying others.
So here's what I'm saying: that if they were talking to me and I was talking to them, that means therefore you have to ask me and ask them what we were talking about.
No, I was listening. It was not even about you guys just talking. We were listening to what you were saying. I don't need to do
This is what
that.
I'm
You're
saying.
aware
They were
of what
talking
was
to
said.
me.
You were aware of what, and the reason why I'm saying this is so that people don't go on. Vachifunga kuti aiwa, kwataurwa zvakati, regai tunoita zvakati. Do you know, Kuti, when people speak on these platforms, it's dangerous.
If we were all
No, if someone says we know where they drink, we know where they what. Saka kungovai police officer is a crime in Zimbabwe now. Is it a crime?
Who drinks where?
That's what you were saying. You should have asked him that question. Call him back and ask him that question.
Because it was nothing to do with that. He was talking about his own experiences.
No, that's not what he did. That's not what he did. That's he spoke about beating up his sister's boyfriend later. But angatotaura kuti mapurisa, we know where they drink, we know this CIO where they live. We need to do something. Do what? Vigilante justice for why? Why?
How does anyone know where someone lives when the
Of course they
information
know
only
where they
got
live.
on Twitter now?
Anditanga achitaura kuti sister wakaidanana nemuZANU PF. Saka nditadza kuziva maZANU PF kuti vanogara upi.
You see? Now you're presuming.
No, I'm not presuming. It's what he said.
So
and there's no amount of trying to clarify which is going to take it out of our ears.
If someone knows,
my job here is to make people aware, Guti, if anyone wants to follow such thinking, then you're no better than the people we're trying to deal with. No better at all.
Therefore,
violence cannot beget violence. No.
Therefore, you have to turn around and condemn the ones that have turned around and put violence
already
on
condemned them. But what's my condemnation when people are up here rallying people
There's
up?
a difference between someone.
What does my condemnation help then? If we're allowing people to rally people into violence when we're seeing violence already, what's the point in my condemnation then?
Which condemnation?
I've already condemned any sort of violence,
and
you know that. So I will not stop now when I hear someone saying, being a police officer is a crime now. I mean,
the police
people have to
officer
choose different professions.
The police officer is not supposed, where does it say police officer is supposed to hit a civilian?
That's not what I said. Don't change what I'm saying. Yeah?
No, I'm asking you.
No, you hear what I'm saying. Don't change what I'm saying.
Where does it say a police officer is to hit a civilian?
So what you're saying is what exactly?
I'm asking you, where does it say that a police officer?
I asked you, Kuti, is it a crime to be a police officer? And your response is, where does it say a police officer can hit a civilian? So my question to you,
because what we're talking about was a movement from civilian.
Is it all police officers who do that?
What
is it every single police officer?
I've
got police people in my family, and so do other people, right? They
that
don't act like that. So is it every police officer who's gonna be scrutinized because of failing? Is this the kind of Zimbabwe we're building, whereby just being affiliated to ZANU PF means you are a person, an abductor, is this the Zimbabwe we're building? All I'm asking is for people not to do vigilante justice. Am I wrong?
You cannot create vigilante justice in a population that is even scared to turn around and take up a phone and record someone being kidnapped.
No, you can with the mindset of certain people that we see on these platforms. You can with the mindset of certain people who speak on platforms like this. What do you mean? And that's what we're being called for. Was that not what's being called for?
How can you call it?
Am I not to suspect involvement? What are we supposed to think now? You have to nip certain statements in the backside.
So rather than turn around and condemn the violence, that's just the physical violence that happened.
I'm condemning all violence, but why are people selective with violence? And you're calling for another type of violence. Where is the justice in that?
Condemning doesn't mean you say the word condemning, you're condemning. Saying the word
Really?
condemning is
So
just
so
saying
what
the
does it
word
mean?
condemning.
What does it mean? What so
Saying
how
the
do I
word
condemn? What do you want me to
condemning
do?
means it's
Well,
just
okay, if I'm
I'm saying
condemning,
the word
what would you
condemning.
want me to do? You want me to go to a drinking place in Dono Batamono? That's condemning that you want. What
It's a
sort of condemning are you looking for?
20-something-year-old man
So what
that has been
condemnation are
beaten.
you looking for, Zeti, so that we can start working on that? What condemnation besides that are you looking for? Right now I'm asking, Kutimapurisa, they need to do something. The doctors, we want to see what they have. We want to know what's going on.
Listen,
Is that
saying
so?
something,
That's not even
saying
condemnation.
something is
Auntie
not
Wabundre.
condemnation.
So what you're saying is, because I'm asking
Is
for
what
people to
happened
do
to
due
him wrong?
diligence in investigating this,
No.
you are saying that's not
Investigating
condemnation.
what? Beating.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Investigating beating. Torturing.
So they're not supposed to, Zeti. Are they not supposed
He's
to?
already been beaten.
So no, you're saying investigating what beating is, as
No,
if
I
they're
am
not
saying
supposed to
that.
investigate.
Do
What are
we
you on
need
about?
to wait for the investigation to condemn things?
So what you're saying is, Saka, that's vigilante justice. That's exactly what I'm saying, which you're actually advocating for right now. Saka, what are people supposed to wait for,
What
Zeti?
vigilante just to turn around and say this is wrong?
You said there's not supposed to be any investigation already.
No.
Already the work is being done.
No.
People have been
Who said there
circulating the
shouldn't be an
images. People
investigation?
are raising
Hold on.
awareness.
Hold on.
Saka,
Hold
iwewe
on.
unoti kuitwe chimwe.
Hold on, Zimbabwe. Guys, a 20-something-year-old man is chased by armed people, taken, beaten, dropped. Do we need any investigation here to say this is wrong?
Zeti.
The
Saka, what you're saying is
action that just happened to him, do we need to find the investigation to say it's wrong?
What do you mean do we need an investigation? No, that's not what we're saying
That's
here.
what is
Of course
being
it's wrong.
condemned here.
No. That is not what was being said here. Yes, but it's not certain other people who were speaking here. That's not what it was about.
Oh, so what was it about then?
What I want to ask you, Zeti, because right now, someone might actually think it's bad taste this whole thing when someone is lying in hospital. Someone can actually say, why are we even discussing about it? It means we are uncaring. We don't like, we are wicked. We are all sorts.
No,
Do you know that?
So.
But we're still having a discussion here
we
because
are
at the end of the
condemning.
day,
That means we are actually
it's
turning around and saying what happened.
we're trying to find a solution to the problem. Are we not trying to find the solution to the problem? What are we doing here then?
Falani, you are
what solution? Hold on, Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, don't even start with me.
Zimbabwe.
I'm not talking to you.
What solution can civilians find besides turning around and alerting that this is wrong? What solution can we put in besides turning around and saying this is wrong?
Solution. So there's no solution. Is that what you're saying?
What can civilians do to turn around and stop the armed men?
No. So what you're saying, Kuti, this thing which has happened to a fellow Zimbabwean, hakuna solution. We can't do anything about it. What are you saying?
What solutions can we put in as civilians towards an armed man or armed men that have turned around and kidnapped an MP?
Right. And that was the one solution one a certain brother achiti endai munovarova munovaita sei kumabhawa kwavanogara. That's basically what that gentleman was saying. So I am refusing such a solution because someone thought that was going to be a solution. He was advocating for violence. That's what he was doing. Plain and simple.
This is what his problem is. We were speaking on violence. He even asked me, that what will you do if someone comes into your house? I have specifically asked him, what are we talking about? State violence or a criminality? Criminality, I would deal with it at the door. That is my human right. That is everyone else's human right. That when someone turns around and comes into your door to create violence, you defend yourself. We agreed here. State violence is something else.
No, you spoke for yourself. He spoke for himself. He said, we know where they drink. We know where they live. Iwe wapa your
How
side,
would he
yeah,
know
papa
where
his
we live?
side. Well, who
How
knows
does he
now?
know?
All I know is he came on a platform and said, we know where they live, we know where they work. Saka, my point is, the moment you take modalita vigilante justice is dangerous.
What vigilante
Munobatanidza nevanu vasiri guilty who are not part of it. Can we agree on that?
Whenever have you seen vigilante
You
justice
gave
in
your
Zimbabwe?
example. He gave what he thought was the best solution to this problem. And I'm saying
Wherever have
it's
you
not.
seen vigilante justice in Zimbabwe?
I'm saying it's
Check
not
his inbox,
the right solution.
Hold
What
on.
he
check
said.
his inbox.
Hold on. Whenever have you seen vigilante justice in Zimbabwe? When we are scared even of police people, this is why we turn around and get smacked by police. Whenever have you seen this vigilante justice? We've never created a culture of vigilante justice. That is not a culture that turns around and wakes up on Thursday. So why would you want to put vigilante thoughts in a people that do not even have the power to even do vigilante justice upon themselves?
That is exactly what he was doing. I'm the only one who came up and called it for what it was. That is exactly what he was putting in people's minds. And I'm the only person who came up here
How
to
can
call
you
it
put
for
it
what
in
it
people's
was.
minds when
And
you are
I'm
talking to
saying,
me?
apana, jite, you cannot have a violent, more actor with a violent thing. No, man.
You are
And
talking to
kana
me.
iyeyo yakutumira DM yekuti undidrope. Nyango kandidropa zeti, ndinovhura yangu space
No
azvinetsi.
one is stopping you from that. When he was talking to me, 2 people communication, a 1.3. So why didn't you ask me what we were talking about?
I was listening. I don't need to ask you. You're not talking to a child here, a baby. I literally heard what was going on. And there's no amount of trying to excuse Jataura, which is going to take it from our minds.
Context.
The only reason we're now talking about it is because I was brave enough to come up here and say we
No.
will not subscribe to vigilante justice.
That's not the reason.
All in the
Because
name
now,
of what?
you see, now
We want to do to them
now
what they
you're
do to us.
Now you're creating.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You
Anyway,
are creating.
people
You
heard it.
You cannot create.
People heard what was being said.
You cannot create something in despite of what we turned around and
That is
in
what you were
pictures.
saying. You gave your
You
example
are
of how
talking
you
to
would
me.
deal if somebody came to your house. You said you'd protect yourself. Wataura.
And he said the same
Let's
thing.
divide violence violence in general. You literally spoke about that.
And
And
we
then he was
agreed.
now giving his side
No.
to say, we know where they drink, we know where they live, we need to do something. And I came up here and dikati, no, that's dangerous talk. Because you're going to end up going for the wrong people who are innocent. And I'll ask you a question, is it a crime kuita mpurisa Zimbabwe? Is it a crime kushandira government? Is it a crime to just not affiliate with Triple C or any other thinking? Yeah, crime. Because the moment people like that are allowed to speak on platforms and nobody said something.
In Zimbabwe?
No, it's not. Exactly. So why do you want to do what they do? Why? It's wicked, it's bad. But it's interesting how it's bad, but it's okay. That is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy.
Because you are failing to turn around and deal with what just happened. The
no,
real
I'm not.
fact, not
I am not. What I'm not
people
doing,
are saying.
What I'm not going to do is be governed by emotions. What I'm not going to do is be governed by emotions.
What emotions?
When these things have been happening on a day-to-day basis, their family, people at Chinoto's when they're through this type of thing. They've been going through this thing. So don't tell us we don't know. We're trying to run away from the fact. These things are not new. It's not news.
It is new
there are
to the
people
person
who
that
may
just
not
got
come
beaten.
up, just like others, and maybe
it
because of
the
profile
people that get beaten.
But people are going through it on a day-to-day basis.
So
We've got families
so it's
who
normal.
go through it, bills and stuff. So
it's
this
normal.
is something which affects a lot of people.
So
but what
normal.
I'm not going to agree to is a situation where someone wants to say, how do you know whether that person is guilty or not?
This is what I'm saying, that now you're going out of context because that's not the context that
No,
we're
I'm
talking
not.
about.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to tell you how real it is. Do not try to
So
make
if
me
it's
sound like I
if it's
don't care just
real,
because I'm
therefore
questioning you.
let's
Others who are coming
let's
here
speak on the
purporting
real
to
issue
care
that
about
is in front of
Zimbabweans,
us.
yet they don't. Kana
Let's
chinhu
speak
chakaipa
of the
ngachiitike
real.
munhu wese. You
Let's
can't be
speak of
selective.
the realness that we just turned around and witnessed here on Twitter today. The realness of someone turning around and getting kidnapped by people carrying automatic rifles and getting beaten up. An MP for that matter.
That's right. That's
So let's
what we're
speak to
talking about.
that real
And
thing.
through that conversation, mofa yakati tinoziva kwavanomwa tinoziva kwavanogara ande tinovaita something. Like you heard it being said.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. That we cannot turn around and move. So you have to ask me and him what we were talking about.
I
Because
don't
me
need
and
to
him were
ask you
talking
and
from
him. Not
the
at all. I heard
moment
it
we
now.
started to open
I
this
don't need.
space.
There's no amount of trying to belittle. Kana kuda kuchinja nyaya. We
There's
heard what he
nothing
said.
being changed.
We heard what he said. Now
You
let's
heard
wait
what
and
you
see
wanted
if
to
he's going to
hear.
be brave enough to do what he said. People talk here, you talk.
Do
We
what?
want to see if you act in such a manner.
So
Always
now you want to
provoking people
encourage
into
him.
certain
Now you
action.
want to encourage him to go
Yeah,
and
you're
do
all
what?
talkers. Munotaura muri in the comfort of the UK homes you live in.
Oh
And then you
no,
want
we
to
have
advocate
lived,
for other
Zalani.
people to do some sort of vigilante justice. What
We
is
have
that?
lived in Zimbabwe. In harder places. We have lived. There is
Zeti,
no
can I ask
way.
you a
There is
question?
no way that turns around and
Zeti,
says, hold on,
Zeti.
there is no way that turns around and says anyone can turn around and run towards you with a gun and then take you outside of your will and then punish you and torture you and go and drop you.
Right, but there's somewhere that says that whoever you suspect, you should go and mamisa him. This is
Where?
No, that's what I want to ask, Kaka, because you're the one telling us there's no way where it's written that. So is there any way where it's written, Kuti, you need to do vigilante justice?
Who said vigilante justice?
It is vigilante justice. In chirungu chacho, if you didn't know.
No, I did not know. Yes, one said who said vigilante justice. There is no one that said vigilante justice. You're imposing
I
now.
am the one who's
You're
coining it
putting a
because that's what
narrative
it was. That is what it is when you
in the
take matters
context
into
of
your
what we're
own
talking
hands.
about.
When you take matters into your own hands, let me break it down to you. That's vigilante justice.
It is not. It's called
Yes,
self-defense.
it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. But you know the problem, it's dangerous because munobata needs and
what is dangerous is what happened today. That is what is dangerous.
All of it is dangerous. Why are you selecting one without the other?
Because what
is
happened
it all
today
not
happened.
Dangerous? Is it all not dangerous, Zeti?
Because
Is
what
it all not
happened
bad?
today happened.
Is it all not bad is what I'm asking you. You're looking at one side and someone is calling for people to go and attack people on the other hand, and it's like you're selective.
No one called on anyone.
Is it all not bad? Is it all not bad, Zeti?
No one called on anyone.
No, he did. He was calling for it.
He was speaking on himself.
He
himself.
did. That's what he was calling for.
Who
That's
did he
what
call
he was
on?
calling for.
Who did he call on? Because he was speaking to me.
He was speaking to all of us. If you didn't notice, I know you can go on a monologue and you forget.
He was speaking to me. I was responding
we were
to
all
him.
here listening to everything that was going on. So
you were
literally,
listening to my
he was
conversation
speaking to
and
you,
him.
and we were all listening. That is what happens. That's why you open a space.
Who did he call on?
Conversation between the two of you, my phone kuseri. Manje maita papas, Elon's space. So we all heard it. He was not just speaking
to
you.
To
he
hide,
was also
there's nothing
what
to
he
hide.
was saying. People heard, others heard what he said.
Because there's nothing to hide.
That's fine then. So we can leave it at that.
Let's not make it as if people here are calling for violence here. Violence just happened.
Really? Like
so let's deal with the violence that just happened.
You know where police officers live, you know where they drink, and do you think that's not calling for violence? What were you gonna do? Going to drink with the police officers? Were you going to go to their houses and give them a present? No, I'm not creating a narrative. That's exactly what he was saying. We know where they live, we know where they drink. He was saying that this is unacceptable for us to see people getting beaten like this. We know where these perpetrators live. We know where they drink. That's exactly what he was calling for. You just don't want to coin it. Inen, I've coined it.
That's very good. So if you're coined it, you run with it.
I'm already running with it. Can't you hear me
That's very
speak?
good. Because we are running with this type what just happened. That's what we're
That's
running
fine.
with. You
Let's
run
run
with
there.
your narrative that you have created.
It's not a narrative. It was heard here. And what I'm doing
Therefore,
is
you run
starting
with
that narrative.
that.
Zvandiri kutoita kutonyararidza kutoita full stop to that type of mentality.
Yes.
Yes.
You run with that. We're
And
running.
that
We
is
run.
it.
We are
No
running.
problem. No
We are
problem.
running.
But you know, at
We
least
are
you
running with
know.
things that
You
happen.
know kuti hatimhanye tichidaro hatitambe chidaro.
This you do not do that. You are the
Calling
ones
for
that do not do
violence. You're
that. So you
speaking
do
against
for
violence
yourself.
and you want to call for violence. Utter rubbish, man.
Yes, if it's utter rubbish, suddenly do not come to spaces that people turn around and show emotions. And you cannot turn around and understand the context of what everyone is speaking on. You think everyone is happy about what has happened?
You're not happy about it and you're calling for violence.
Who's calling for violence?
Oh, please. That's what you were doing here, listening. You allowed munhu kuenda on and on. Oh, guys, let's hate zvakaipa. And yet you can't speak out about zvinhu zvakadaro. Utter
Who called for
nonsense, man.
violence? Because I'm not in the mood to turn around and start to criminalize people that are turning around and speaking on Twitter in the context of what they are speaking on. I deal with the realities that turn around and say someone turns
Deal with
around
them. Don't
and finds
worry.
someone with a
We're also
gun.
dealing with them. I'm also dealing with them, Zeti.
That's very
I'm
good.
also dealing with it.
So
Yeah.
when I open a space, I'm dealing with the realities.
Reality yekudoti umwaro hande tinorova ndio reality
That one is a narrative. That's why I said you run with that.
No, that's what was going on here. And you did nothing to stop that narrative.
Why would I do anything when I understand the context of what we were speaking on?
No,
To
because
me,
you
there was
believe
nothing
the next guy.
wrong.
I mean, the only thing I can think
I
about
thought you
is
were
you
speaking to
believe that's
me.
the right move. Maybe you believe that's the right move. Kuti vari kutirova hande tinorova. Perhaps that's how
What
you want
believe
to
it was the
strike
right
it.
move?
You literally heard him saying it. You didn't
Because he
do
was
anything about
speaking
it.
to me in the context that we're speaking on. He was speaking to me. I was responding to him. We're moving through timelines, theoretical lines here. This is why you had confidence to say that if it was you, someone comes into your house, then I respond in the context. So let's not take context out here. Because we end up here turning around and dealing with the criminalization that we're leaving people that actually do this for real out here.
Zethi kulabantu abathi bafuna uba-8 the teen of the village uthi um-8 lapho.
I can't find him. Okay, guys, if you want me to aid you, you have to turn around and then follow, then I'll follow you back and everything else. But we have to turn around and do this because now it turns around. Listen.
Sinike phela i-chance lathi sikhulume for.
Hold on, guys. I'm trying to deal with something here more important. Context. If you are talking to someone and responding to the person, that means you understand what you're talking about. You are able to move through timelines here. You're able to give examples whilst you understand that the other person understands the examples and responds back. If you want us to turn around and start to put subtitles here, to say now we're dealing with theoreticals, then it defeats the whole point of a conversation. We're speaking to this based on what happened here. That is the only reality that stands. Because things that are taken out of context are the ones that turn around and find people in trap because they're taken out of context.
People should know and be careful what they say in public spaces because they can, for real, be taken out of context. But that's not what I'm doing here.
Therefore, you have
What
to
I'm
ask the
doing is
context.
making you aware. kuti musangotaure pese pese zvimwe
Therefore,
zvinhu.
you have to ask the
No,
context.
I don't need to ask. I heard it being
Therefore,
said, and I
this is
spoke
why it's
about
called
it.
taken out of context.
In your mind, yes.
That's why I said you have to ask for the context.
The good news is you're aware we can't be subscribing to such. But anyway, yes, we've taken it out of context. Thank you. I think we can move on.
Yes. And with me, people, I do not do taken out of context.
Job
That
Sekalari
does not work.
Mujeri. Right now, Job Sekalari Mujeri was is it not an issue of being taken out of context? Why he's being incarcerated? So what does that tell you about being careful what you say in public? Because people can end up saying kuti wangochire vazvakati.
Everything.
So it means
Zelani,
kuti there's a danger already. Let's
everything
learn. Let's
everything can be
learn
taken
from
out of
other
context.
things, other situations that are befalling our fellow citizens. Let's learn.
Everything can be taken out of context. Even your one line can be taken out of context. If someone wants to turn around and target you, it does not matter what you say. You are a human being. There are words that you use that turn around and join together and bring out a context that you turn around and you do not mean. Everyone here can be taken out of context and finds themselves in a very terrible place. No one here is perfect. No one here is a computer. This is why when we talk as human beings, we have to therefore talk in understanding that we have moved now. We're trying to make each other understand using theoretical things. If I turn around and say, so what happens if I turn around and take Amy and go and kill Amy? And then someone turns around and says, that he wants to kill his wife. To the person I'm talking to, they understand what I'm saying. It's an example. If you want to take that out of context, you can do that. You can do that with anyone. No one is safe here. But that does not remove your ability as a human being to move through reality and theoretical things. So you have to ask. Context here, people. It is much better.
Mofu saying at him because maybe he wants to respond.
There are also other people who are asking to be added.
I can't see other people, guys. If you want to be added,
They've been requesting for a while, Seti.
Maybe put one person to be co-host there.
And then the one person is taken out of context as well.
Is it? Yeah, I said ukaita izvozvo kufamily yangu ndinokufunidza kusvika ndakuwana. So kana pangoya dzipfuko dzemweya, what do you want to teach me? Munhu akavhurwa makumbo navanhu vakawanda matsara majera kutikwa
Hey, do what you do best. Do what you do best, Mofu. We all know that you're a psychopath. Do what you do best.
Inform the authority. That's what Mof said.
Hapana ari kuzorohwa because of you. Stupid.
Hold on, guys. For the insults on each other, that one, guys, you can do on your inbox. Got a bigger picture here. So let's try and stay on the bigger picture. Yeah. Please. We gathered here because we all turned around and felt something bad happened. He's a young man, MP, probably he's got children. AK-47, chasing you. 99% of the time, no one chases you with an AK-47 and doesn't fucking kill you. Taken in, beaten. Do not know whether you're coming home or not. Injected, you do not know with what. That's not a joke. If it happened to any one of us here, tomorrow, all of us here will be shitting ourselves. Literally shitting ourselves. And you wish that people are gathered to turn around and scream so that this does not happen to anyone. Or the ones that they have done this to be arrested. If it was any of our family members here, you wish that people are gathered to turn around and condemn this shit. There is nothing, I repeat, nothing in our constitution that allows that to happen. If I'm not even allowed to turn around and spark my own child, in the same constitution, later on turning around and bring an automatic rifle and chase someone, kidnap them, go and torture them. In a fighting instance, it's much better because you can fight. And say, yes, I was beaten, but I managed to turn around and give them 1 or 2. There's no fighting you are doing here. So please, just move with the context of what we're talking about.
Yeah, but
we have lost people with this shit.
Narrative is new. Indataura kuti pakabatwa vekwangu, we did this. Saka kana akuda kutora kuti
And you think it's right. You think it's right, Zvokaita. You literally speak on a public platform. You think it's correct.
Naiwe, nayo ndikakubvunza kuti iwo zvawakarara navari wakakwana wakawanda zvakanaka.
Saka, waida kurara nenere? Sorry, you're not my type. But then what? Then what?
Guys, this is the last one. Murphy, you've made it clear. Guys, please. This is deeper than all of us. Please, just actually turn around it. Quite a lot of people have gone through this. Quite a lot of people have not come back. Quite a lot of people's lives were changed through this one experience. If you guys have never experienced something like this, and out of all the people that have experienced this, really to put it on a percentage is useless. No one has ever been turned around and prosecuted for this shit. People have lost people because of this shit.
But this is kind of zvatinoita isusu hatidi kutisa vamwe vanhu panapa vanonyatsotirayira. Hatina ana mai vakadaro ivavo kana ana tete vakadaro.
Iwe mai wako asingazivi baba wako. Is it my fault your mother doesn't know who your father is? If you want to go there, I'll go there. Is it my fault kuti auzivi baba wako nekwaunobva? Did I tell your mom to sleep around? Did I? And then what, Saka? Always abusing her because that's you.
Mofo and Salan. You need to stop
No,
this.
no, Zeti. Inene, I haven't been personal.
Listen
I'm
to what
dealing
I'm
with
saying.
what he said. I'm dealing with what he's saying. So if I
Listen to what
respond
I'm
to the
saying.
insults, why are you bringing me into it? So I'm supposed to keep quiet.
Because
Is that what I'm supposed to do?
at the end of the day, I did not open a space for people to come and insult each other. I've always said to you guys, I love insults. I came out from an insult. If we're going to insult each other, tell me when. I'll open a space and then you insult each other. We are trying to deal with the situation. Therefore, you reduce your insults, people. Because most of the insults to me, they're not insults, it's just, they're better insults out here. Come on. Let's deal with the topic. Let's deal with the experience. Let's deal with what happened to this young man. And then maybe from then, we might turn around and become better Zimbabweans. In the midst of insulting ourselves. Our insults have never turned around and killed anyone here. No one has been insulted to turn around. No one has even been picked up by anyone. So let's deal with something that just happened. Reality. The rest, guys, we can then
Zeti,
open a space for that
sorry,
shit.
Zeti. No worries. Anzi, the
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, my
Reflex.
brother. Anzi, there's a presser. Does anyone? I don't know where the presser is going to be held, whether it's Facebook or something. Is there anyone on the speaker's podium who can play it here, or what? I just wanted to ask.
I don't know where the presser is. Maybe we'll find someone with the. If we find the presser, I do not know. If we find it, we'll play it, I think. But please, guys, let's.
Yeah, izvonetsa sekora. Just because kana pari pamaspace panapa arikunzwa
Hold on,
kutenda
Moff. Come on,
insulation.
Moff. Let's deal
No,
with the
just
young man. Let's Moff. Hold on.
come to that point.
Moff. Let's deal with the young man, guys.
Mbenyeterwa kuti ndozvaiuraya vanhu. Take for example opa muchinguri. Vanhu vese pakaurayiwa mujuru chaya akafa manje apa. Opa waivapo. Pakafa Tongogara opa waivapo. Pakafa everyone namunangagwa. Navo maivo vaiva navo havasi small house yake. Hanzvadzi yaTongogara yakazongofaura arombe arambwa namunangagwa nokuti anga amuroorera kutsvaga mbiri yechitsiga kuti ndinzi ndaroora hanzvadzi yeveteran achitsvaga kusebedza padhuze naTongogara. Uyu auraya Tezvara. Saka it's a long story. Hatidi kumbonyeberana. Iye zvinezvi mungandiudza kuti Job Scala akasungirwa nyaya yenhingikiri yanhingikiri iyo yamuri kutaura. Kana panotoo nechinhu chikuru chavanotoziva chavakamusungira kuti akabuda akachiti hozvo atapera. Saka vari kuda kumuita kill him slowly. Kusanyara kutotaura kuti hanzi isusu hatipindire munyaya dzemakotsi. Haupindire munyaya dzemakotsi imi muchivharira munhu 500 days no bail no what. Ivava izvozvi vanhu vamhanyisa munhu vakabata vakatsika munhu dai vanga vari vetriple C. Kutaura kuno vabatwa vese vabatwa vaunganidzwapo matv achishowa. Zviri kubuda here patv zvaNgadziore? Zviri kubuda paZBC? Aiwa kana. Let's just post everything sezvazviri, whether true or not true, zvese zviri genuine. Tangai maita zviri authentic nokuti tikangoposta zvine nhema mukati vanobva vazvoti mavaonaka vagara vachiposta zvekunyeba. Find kuti source yacho iyi ndeyechokwadi here. Post paFacebook, paTwitter, paInstagram, everywhere post so that everyone knows vachashaya kwekuhwanda. Everyone should know. Vane ma-MP enyu kana wherever kwauri vafonere muchiwadza kuti I'm really distressed right now. Tsamba dziya dzairehwa nalighthouse makore aya dzekuti nyorerai ma-MP. This is exactly what is happening in Zimbabwe. Mugabe akabudira nokuti airarama munyika yaidzima intaneti vanhu vasingakwanisi kufambisa information. Not this thug ratinaro iri raakutodawo kuti re-exposwe at every corner. Parasvika roti ndahwanda malaiti bar, parasvika roti ndahwanda malaiti bar. Toona kuti vacharamba vachizviita kusvika rini, because this is so not on. That's not on. Hazvisi kuita, hazvitomboiti. Vanhu vanofanira kutya Mwari. Kungotya Mwari ndokuvamba kwouchenjeri. Kana iwo machechi zi vese vana makandiwa vanani ma-abductions ese ari kuitwa. Makamboona one chechi yakasumuka. Ndopamunoona kuti machechi aya kana takukuudzai kuti macult hamuteereri. They are all cults. Unoda kuraramisa dumbu rako iwe uchipuwa mari nezano yofufurwa unzi nyarara musatauri. Vana vachiuraiwa saizvozvi everyday rakasikwa naMwari. Aiwa, hakuna chinhu chakadaro. Koma memo, kazi wai mwana wababa wangu, how are you? Manzwa akamunin'ina arohwa kumusha uko. Vanhu vari kurohwa vachibayiwa unknown substance. Saka isusu tonzi hanzi budai mese muZimbabwe mutize muende so that they can sell nyika kumaChina pasisina resistance. Iye no havana resistance. Matombo ese vanhu vari kumuvhwa mavillagers, machief ani vaise vakakepchwa. Saka tichaguma taita sei? Gogochera, welcome my sister. Nongai maiki mese vanhemi muri pano. Nongai maiki, musatomboita zvokutamba. Izvi zvakuda kutoti tibatsirane kuti toita sei sema-citizens. Let's mobilize each other. Nokuti vachiri kutora one. Ichasvika nguva yavanenge vakunzi nhasi kune 10 vatorwa. Havasi kuzikanwa kwavari. Apa vachiri kutombovakanda vari vapenyu. Very soon vanhu vanenge vakukolektwa mumanhingikiri, mumabody bags. Vachiunzwa one by one. Tinozozvida here. Saka we would better act now while we can. Nokuti ndo patasvika. ZANU-PF haina tsitsi, haina mwoyo. Ende tichapera tese. Tichiitwa one, tichiuraiwa. Vozosvika vakutoti vasara vachona, chingosarendai. Kana usina kuti pamberi neZANU tokuuraya, gebede munhu otofa mustreet. Ndo zvasara. Because we have allowed them to do this to us. Tichingoti ndingadziori. Ya ndeuya akarohwa anonzi aniwe uya ex-MP uya. Tichingoti ndiye. But ubuntu yedu yataiva nayo tichikura takakura tichiziva kuti ukarova mwana wekwanhingi dzinza rese munopera vanouya vese. Ukarova munhu wekuraini rekwati vakomana vekuraini ikoko vanotouya vachikurovai. But isusu yezvino tikuroverwa vana vari kuremadzwa, kutsikwa nemota bedweka. Munoziva kuti ukagumburwa chigunwe nedombo rakamira kurwadza kwazvinoita. Chifunga imota ichita go over you ichiti koto. Ichinoti kumhirijiti yodzoka yoya yokutsika nepamwe. Dai Mwari atibatsira. This is too much to bear. This is too much to bear. Torai maspika vanhu vaMwari. Panapa hatina kumbouya kuzochema, totoda ma-way forward, ma-ideas. What do you think? Whether to vent or something. Nokuti kunyarara ka. Kutombotiitira kana tisesu vamwe kutorwadziwa. Zvekutodaro. Torwadziwa zvokupfurikidza mweya.
Light akasimudza ruoko. Over to you, Lighthouse. Lighthouse.
Oh, Maikita Nanti Vicky. Thank you, Master President. Yeah. Atakuinorwadza. Kuti vari kuramba vachingotageta ndiyo nyaya yaFaro yatakambotaura. Aishumburuka vanakomana zvamatitaura Nike. Saka ini chandingangokurudzira macitizens ndechekuti dzimwe hasha dzavakuita idzi ndedzekuti SADC haisi kuregedza nyaya yema-elections. Saka Mnangagwa anga achifunga kuti pamwe Shavanga achamubetsera kuti aite legitimate, but zviri kuramba manje because SADC yachona iri kuramba yakatsika. Kana makateerera Frederick Shah vakanga ambotanga aramba kuti nyaya yeZimbabwe haisi paagenda. Saka Ruben ari ingati pane zvaanga achiziva. Saka akamubvunza futi kuitira kuti zvisazodii. Obviously zvinhu zveSADC zvichazongobuda chete. Ndopa akazoti nyaya yeZimbabwe yataurwa. But ivo vanhu vakanga vaenda kuona Frederick Shah ndivo vakaobjecta kuti no musataure nyaya yeZimbabwe. Zvikanzi aiwa tati hatingatauri nyaya yeZimbabwe nhasi nokuti because hatisida kusanganisa nyaya nedzekuDRC. Saka ivo vanga vachifunga kuti chavari kuda vanga vachida kuramba vachipusha, because remember last time this meeting was supposed kunge yakaitiwa I think about a year ago. Asi haina kuitiwa nokuti Mnangagwa once again was involved in pushing this meeting. Saka paroda kuedza futi Abnezero vakaobject kuti isaitaurwe nyaya iyoyo. Zvanzi kwakatanga kuita ma-internet glitches. Hatichazivi manje kuti iye ndiye here akanga akuita ma-internet. Ipapa tikazozviona tikazozvinyatsa kuzvitarisisa ipamwe yega ndiye tichanzwa because chavari kuti tatisingachanzwanani. Akatongoronga nevamwe vakaronga navo kuti vaite izvozvo because haasi kuda kuti nyaya yemaZimbabwe elections itaurwa kuti haibudiki. Vari kutadza kupindura kuti why all of that happened, why voters roll, zvese izvozvo they don't have an answer to all of that. Vaida kutoriga, but kuriga kwavo kwakabva kwabatiwa. Saka iye manje zvaari kuda kuedza pakuita ihasha dzokuti zvazobuda manje kuti isusu takaisenda petition. CCC, on behalf of the citizens, we have sent a petition to SADC. You need to do something about this Zimbabwe situation. Saka ndo pane hasha dzave ipapo. Kuti saka imimi ndimi makaenda kuSADC. SADC cannot ignore Zimbabwean citizens. Ndozviye zvinoitawo zviye zvokuti tikanyora tsamba umwe noumwe tichiendesa kuma-embassies. Iko zvinoti ne3 days dzokuti tiite noise shaye. Saka apa kuita zvavaita izvi kuna Taku isu tichatanga kuti tarisai mune zvavakuita takutanga kutya, hatichatumiri tsamba dziya, hatichaiti mafone calls aya. Kwakutoda kuti totogara pasi every day ma-16 ma-embassies ese ari 16 ogara pasi otanga kumafonera one by one. Muchitotaura kuti meeting yenyu yamuchaita nesati ndiri muZimbabwean citizens, my elections were not free and fair. If you live close to these people, just muchitobuda utoenda unonosiya uchinokanda matsamba eyayo ma-petition. You just go to the petition, print it out and go and drop it off. Kungonosiya kungoti ndauya please petition yendesai. Ma-email address ariko evanavo. Mukafonera ku any embassy kati tokumbiro email address, they'll give it to you. They gave me their email addresses akatitumirai kuno kumapetition achona tione. Saka zvakutoda kuti tese tichitobatana the next 3 days kuita noise kuitira kuti musi wa4 pavachaita meeting yavo Mnangagwa cannot override our voices, because that's what they are trying to do. Ndo pane hasha dzavo dziri kuroverwa vanata kune vanhu vese vari kuroverwa kuti mimi makaenderei kuSADC. Handi ndo vakati hanzi ndo vakati SADC ive kuzotarisa kuti ma-elections ari kufamba sei. Saka kana muri makati kuti muri member yeSADC, isita kuenda kuSADC kwachona kwamakati tiende, makutangirei kurova vana. Vakamubvirira kare zvamataura maikita. kubva paya panyaya yeimba vakamira vanatauko vachiprotesta. Iripo vhidhiyo yachona kufacebook vachiprotesta vakamira, vakasvika akatorwa taka zvokurova zviya achigariswa mujeri. Iko zvino vauda atanga futi kuda kushikidzira vanakomana. Vapedza kushikidzira vanakomana vakutuma vanhu vavo kuti endai munoudza vanhu kuti budai munyika, budai mese, budai musagare muno, hapana chokugarira. Opposition yatadza chii chatadzwa neopposition. Opposition immobilize people to vote. We mobilize people to go and vote, and we won the elections. Ngokuti ma-elections akabiwa. Saka takatadza chii chatakatadza chaunofamba uchiudza vanhu kuti opposition yatadza. Kana uchiona kuti iri kutadza opposition, ifomu akapati yako muzotsamwa futi. Kana takukuudzai kuti fomu yopati makutsamwa futi, uri kutiudzira kuti tiri kukuudza kuti uri because uri kuti isusu tiri kutadza. Fomu aka yako uite iwewe uri kuzviona. Handiri kuti gadzirai apa, gadzirai apa, gadzirai apa. Chitora iwewe uchigadzirisa pachina patadzwa pachona uite. Nei. Mangwana wabuda uchitaura zvimwe. Mangwana wabuda utori kubatwa pamaaudio uchitaura nevanhu vezanu uchitaura navo uchiti zvatopera. Akazvitaura way before my elections. The elections are forgone. President Chamisa vaya vawina. Mufanira kuita sadaki. Hani sadaki haisombokuchera. Apa sadaki yachona roti huyai nenyaya yenyu.
Impala munoziva here kuti Impala yanga iri kambani yamai Munangagwa yaihaisa mota vanhu vachienda kunorohwa, vana vedu vachienda kuno iye muchei wawo netimu rese rakarohwa nguva iyoyo, mota dzaibuda pakambani pamai Munangagwa. Saka ndiri kuti those women Mwari ngativanamatire. Munhu wese rara wakabata zita ravanhu vaya timbovanamatira kuti Mwari vaine vakadzi vari kuZANU-PF, because isusu hatingarambi tiurayirwa vana vachifa vaine zvazvirema nepamusana pokuti kune vakadzi vane utsinye nevana vedu vatakabereka. 9 months haisi yokuti mumwe mukadzi anozvara mwana wake, then mumwe mukadzi akazvara mwana wake oona kuti vana vake ndovanofanira kuenda kuBelarus vachinosaina madhiru. Inini wangu mwana ndiye anofanira kurohwa. Ayo Mwari haabvume zvakadaro izvo. Ngativanamatire vanhu ivo vai. Pray for them kuti Mwari onai, tarirai kuenda nyika nevanhu ava. Isusu hatisi kuda izvozvo. Tiri kuda kuti nyika iyi igariwe nemunhu wese, nokuti havangarambi vachishungurudza nyika. Havana kuwanda vanhu vezanu ava, vashomanana kana mukavatarisa. They are very few. Asi vari kuda kutoita kunge zvinonzi vanozadza tsamba. Isusu maweapons hatina, isusu tine mabvi izvo zvataurwa naLighthouse izvi. I agree with you kuti vanhu ava vanoda kuenderwa kuningikira kumaembasi kwacho kwavanozoti kana vaenda zvamunozoona vanhu vachibuda Munangagwa achitanga kusunga kuti ataurika, vanhu voti svaku 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 svaku. Musafunga kuti vanhu vaya vanopenga, because they know kuti you are a fake leader. Haudi, you don't have your people at heart. Munhu wapresident anoda vanhu vake, anorara sei kumba kwake. Chitunha chaMoblessing Ali chiri mumba. Hama dzaMoblessing Ali dzakatarisana nebhodhi iyi havasiri kuziva kuti ichavigwa gore ripi. It's 1 year and a half now. Moblessing afa 1 year 6 months nearly. Asi vari kurara hope vachidya vachienda vachinofara vachitamba vachimwaya maoko. Futi tinotonyepa havarare vanhu vaya vaya. Usiku hwese vanorara ndo mukaona muchimuka makaneta vanhu ndo varoi vanogata vanhu vaya. They are witches. Nandimbotya kuzvitaura. They must come and get me. Andaneta nazve. Let's just finance tigadzirire. Iva vari kurohwa. Handiti kuri kuona zvinotaurwa izvo. Tovabetsera kuitira kuti zviendeke. Nokuti vana ava havana chavakatadza. Vari kurwira nyika yedu. Handitombozivi kuti ungamira wakaita sei nevanhu vane utsinye hwemhando iyoyi kuti vanhu vanogara pasi kuronga kurova vana, kudestroya young generation isina chayakatadza. Ivo madhara ane zvimbi kunge zvehuku ndo vaakunzi ngavararame. Tine ndepi nevanhu vakachembera, vamwe vari kukomoka vari pamarali kureva kuti vakatoexpire physically, mentally and spiritually. ndo vamuri kuda kuti vatidite kusvika rini next election Kembo Moati anenge ari vice president zve imi kaimi isu takangotarisa tingoti ndizvozvo saka sadhaki yachona ini ndaitombofunga kuti kana ma-MP edu vakatombobuda kupinda murodhi zvarehwa zviya kuenda kunogara ikoko kunyika kwaleader wenhingi kutaura kuti isusu kana musina kudhila nenyaya yedu we are waiting for them, we can sponsor ma-MP edu ofly voenda ikoko. Inini ndakatozvipira kana kutengera 1 munhu tiketi rake munhu 1 ndichitengera voenda vonogara ikoko kutaura kuti isusu imimi ndimakatipa false hope. Saka izvino maakutirasisa, but I don't think kuti vanotirasisa. They know what they are doing, those people. Kune vanhu vanotya Mwari ikoko vasingatengeke. Saka let's trust our leaders, believe in our leaders, but isusu as ma-citizens we need to come up with something to protect vana vedava, nokuti at the end of the day tichasara tisina kana 1 vana vapera. Taura hako Lighthouse, go ahead.
Villagers, you are free to grab a mic, request for a mic. Munopiwa muyo kuzovhenta sezvatiri kuita izvo. Handifunge kuti ndini naLighthouse navakoma amaikita tiri kurwadziwa nezviri kuitika nezvaitwa kuna Tafadzwa nevamwe vese vakaabductwa. Tese tiri kurwadziwa, saka ngatiuyei tisheye. Pamwe munotoriwo nepfungwa dzinotopfuuro dzedu isusu tiri kungopopota, pamwe imimi munotouyawo mukatotiudza zvimwe zvinhu zvinototivhura pfungwa mufunge. Tiri kurwadziwa. So I would want to thank everyone ari kurwadziwa the same way we are feeling. Some of us we are mothers, some of us we are fathers, some of you are fathers, some of us we are mothers, some of us we are sisters, some of you are brothers to Tafadzwa. Saka just to show your concern on what is happening kuna Tafadzwa, on what has happened kuna Tafadzwa, and ZANU-PF mufunge zvenyuka aimbofa yakachinja ingwe iyeye ine mavara ekuti haabhisike chero nebleach chaiyo, chero necommon water haabhisike mavara eZANU-PF. It has been like this from inini ndakatanga kunyatsoziva nezveZANU-PF because I was young. Ndakatanga kunyatsoziva nezveZANU-PF 1980 payakahwina. Vachinzi vahwina ndo unhu hwavo ihwohwo. Vachinzi vahwina vabvisa varungu mupower, they still went ahead torturing people vakanga vachisapota ma-opposition parties. Ende kana munhu achinge afa, ZANU-PF ine mapowers ekuudza madoctors nepolice kuti ingonyorai patsamba kuti kudeath certificate kunongononzi wangu my husband death certificate rake rakanyorwa kunzi drowned, when we know the truth, the actual truth that happened to my husband, nekuti pane ma-repercussions akazoitika after my husband was buried. Vacho vananya kuuraya vakazofamba vachitaura kuti vakanga vapiwa mari neZANU-PF vachiudzwa kunzi vese vanobva kumatown bataimuuraya. My husband had gone to deliver Christmas grocery kuvabereki vake, wanga uri musi wa23 December. Vakamubata vakamuuraya nekuti vanga vapiwa mari neZANU-PF. Vakazotanga kupenga vachitaura. Those are the powers of a parent akanga arwadziwa kuti wangu mwana haangafe ndisina kuziva kuti aurayiwa nei. Pamusoro pezvo hurumende iri kuramba kuti wangu mwana aende kupostmortem. My husband's brothers offered to pay for the postmortem. They offered for transport kuti aendeswe kunoitwa postmortem my husband. but ZANU-PF yakarambidza ikaudza mapurisa kuti nyorai tsamba yekuti vaende kudeath certificate vangonopiwa death certificate rinotaura kuti drowned. Nanhasi pabirth certificate rake rinotaura kuti drowned, but he did not drown, he was killed nemazanu-PF. Vanhu vavo vacho vavaitumai vavo vakafamba vachitaura. Zvinoita ZANU-PF kaizvo zvinotuma kuti vanhu vatsvage uroyi. Kunonzi uroyi hakuna huriko, asi kungoti takabatirira pamupendero wenguo yaJesu. Takazvipira kuti tinoda kunamata. Ndicho chikonzero nei tisingavaendere kudzin'anga. Ndicho chikonzero nei tisingavatsvagire uroyi. Asi inini I'm testifying kuti huriko, vakapenga vachitaura vakomana kuti takapiwa mari neZANU-PF kuti tiuraye chero anenge. As it is, there were 5. The last time yandakaona amwene vangu vaiti 2 vari kunzi vakafa, 2 vachiripo vachiri kuyafuza vachipenga. Nepamusana pekuti atezvara vangu vakafa, havana kukwanisa kurivhesa zvavakanga vaita. Saka there is no one to reverse. Hapana anoziva kwakaenda atezvara vangu, tese hatikuzive kwavakaenda isu kuti tinokumbira kuti rivhesai vanhu ava vaite zvakanaka. Nanhasi vachiri kungopenga. Saka ZANU-PF zvainoita kaizvi zvichapa kuti Zimbabwe ikomishinwe, hatisi kuda izvozvo. It's a Christian country and we want to continue worshiping our God pasina zvese zvehuro izvi. Ndikuona mukoma Leonard vauya. Mukoma Leonard Koni, please take it over.
Maikita. Sorry mukoma Leonard. But Maikita information yamaisa kupia manga mchitaura kuti ataura kuti zita rake ndiani, anogara panamba ani nefone number dzake.
Iri pama-comments light. Vaisa pama-comments. Pana papa space inoi. Pama-comments up. Handisi kuona address. Ndiri kungoona pakanzi unmasked man seen snatching Triple C MP Takudzwa Ngadziore, now named as Nicholas Big Daddy Kajese, a CIO agent stationed at Harare Central Police Station. Second man hiding face named as Abraham Pasi, both members of Ferret team commanded by Ishmael Mada, CIO Director International. Ndofunga ukaenda pa timeline pavo pamwe ndo pavaisa address yake.
Aiwa address handina, but kana hanzi anogara paCID Harare iyadziwa.
Iye address yakanyatsokwana. Iye address yakakwana iyoyo. Ipapo paCIO pacho paCID pacho ipapo whatever, wherever that is. Kana asiri weZANU-PF ngaende kunobvundunyorwa ipapo. Face yake iri kuoneka. Zita rake rapiwa. Kana asiri weZANU-PF, kana asina kutumwa neZANU-PF, ngaende kunobvundunyorwa ikoko kubasa kwake ikoko.
Katanganidzi kuti vanhu vafambe nenhingikiri nepfuti murodhi vachibata munhu akusvika paparliament. Tell me if that is not a terrorist act. Saka ngavabatwe vanhu ivavo kana havasiri vezanu. Vakunyepa kuti hanzi vatumwa naWelshman Ncube naBiti. Biti akatumwa navachamisa musuno kunoita manegotiation navahakainde ichilema. Kuda kutirwisanisa divide and rule. Haichashanda this time. It's not gonna work. Ngavabude pachena.
Daiwana address. Thank you, Maikita. Thank you. Yeah. Ingarike kutaura zvanotaura munhu akagwa achiti I don't have power mujudiciary. The judiciary is captured. Even SADC knows that the judiciary in Zimbabwe is captured. So all I can do is encourage people, right? Please just call them. Fonerai, kutora muchingowafonera. Kana uchitokwanisa kuendako kutoendako, kana tichikwanisa kutumira ma-email, let's keep pushing. Dai kuchinzi vanhu vari kuAngola vaitonopiketa kuAngola ukoko kwakutonogarira kuangola ukoko kugarira panze because handiti is now in person kunogarira panze koko kutotanga toita maprotest mobilize each other kana kutotangira kuna Ramaphosa koko kuenda kuna Ramaphosa kumuudza kuti paunoenda uko Ramaphosa uko unofanira kuita zvinhu nemusoro. Don't go
Lighthouse
there.
ndiri kutsvaga tweet yaMugwadi. Pakasungwa Job Scala, Mugwadi akataura kuti ari kupinda mujeri and haasi kuzobuda. Tweet iyo inofanira kutsvagwa. Then kana vakutaura kuti hatine chokuita nejudicial, anga ari spokesperson weZANU-PF nguva iyo in his capacity. Saka anenge aiwana ngaiuye panapa titambe nayo. Hatisi iye nezvi munhu wese musatomborara henyu. Kurara hope rugare indabva kunaiti. Asi ndakatogara ndakasvinura wide awake because kumusha hakuna kumira zvakanaka. Zvakaitwa naNehemiah ndozvatofanira kuita kuti an injury to what is happening in Jerusalem is an injury to what is happening to me now. Nokuti inini handikwanisi kurara kana hama dzichishungurudzwa saizvozvo. Hazviite, hazvitomboiti kana kwavabvira kwareba since 1980 vachiuraya vanhu. Kwakaurawa vanandira vana Len Mojongwe. Do you know we lost a gallant man anga ane ushingi humwe hunoshamisa. Mukatesotasa vanotageta vanhu vanenge vachida kusumudza chimurenga nesimba ndova vanoda kuuraya vana Ngadziore. Saka we draw the line in the sand and say not anymore. Tonyatsochifaita natakatarisana kuti chauya kana vachiuya kuzotiuraya ngavatiuraye zvavo. Tofira tichiziva kuti iye asiri kufa ndiyo vavari kuuraya ndidzo mombe. Hakuna munhu anofarira kuti mwana wake afa. Hapana munhu anofarira akaisa musoro padanda kuti temaini. Saka if they are killing them, isusu tichatopera. Believe you me, vakapedza vanhu vekuZimbabwe vapera targeted people. Vachatanga kutivinga kudiaspora kwatiri, vachitinakura one by one. Ferret yavo. Saka instead of us waiting for them to come and get us, attack is the best defense. Isusu toataka ngatisende vari kuAngola ngavamobilizwe. We can support them tichivatumira mari yechikafu vachiimba vari ipapo, tivatumira chikafu vachiimba vachiswera varipo vachinaiwa nemvura varipo. Ndokuti vaone kuti isadhaki yachona ione kuti hapana chairi kuita. Ramaphosa ndamudana katatu. Ndozvakazopeperai musendere zvese izvozvi zvaitika nhasi zvekuti this is what you are supporting. You are saying kuti ZANU-PF liberation wing. Saka uri kusupporta brotherhood. Is this what you want for your country? Is this why you are killing our people in South Africa while Mnangagwa is killing some in Zimbabwe so that you actually eradicate us from the face of the earth? Tell him my points. Musamutuke. Taurai chokwadi sezvachiri ndozvatakutongoita mazuva ano. Thank you.
Tanga ndaona Sakulekani angauya. Guys, let's retweet tweet yaMaikita. If you look in the comment section, I found it. And we can post it to Facebook to post kwese because this is our fight together. Nkoma Memo, how are you? Hope you are well. Feel free to grab the mic, or if you get an invite, if you are able to come, please come and speak. Thank you, my citizens, especially who sacrifice on Amaikita, Manganifano Ngenda Unorara, Ase Maka Gara Mashaiwa Hope, Ukutumoyo Bereka Ndosha Unita, Sagam. Thank you for that. But what we can do for those of us in the diaspora, let's do whatever it is that we can do, including Kutofona. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is Varku North America, ku US, Fonerai African Committee, Foreign Affairs African Committee. The leader is a Republican. Wafonerai mutovaudza kutoti no na majority leader wachona mukaenda pawebsite pavo muchaiona email iripo, email address. Send them an email and tell them to call Ramaphosa, to call all the 16 SADC countries. What is your stance on the situation in Zimbabwe? You guys are having a meeting. So just call them. These guys will answer their phones. Vanodaira for now. Kana vakasadaira pane staff member ichatodaira. Iye staff member iyoyo ichadaira iudzei. Because vachakubvunza kuti what do you want? Votora information yako yese. So that's what I also wanted to say. Over to you, Mkoma Memo, taura yenyu.
Yeah, makatsimba here sister. Inini ndiri right, makadiwa mwe pano handingapedze mazita acho ese. Because ndakatowandawo because ndiri kubasa. Nangobatikana hangu nenyaya iri kuitika yaitika kuZimbabwe yemunin'ina uya infact mwana ari kuitwa zvakaita mashoko acho handitomborina marwadziro acho hazviri kundiita saka ndatongoti regai ndimbonzvenga nditori kubasa zvangu but ndatongodzvengawo ndikati regai ndimboteerera ndinzive kuti chii chiri kunyatsoitika chaizvo kune kuvanhu akomana kusvika riinawo mana zvinhu izvi zvichingoitika. Ndambonzwa pane mukoma wataura vai kuti tichasvika kupi tichingoita tichingoita so vapanhava ende ndo vapanhava tiri kutotemba kuti ndo vachatitungamirira mangwana ende voitwa zvavaitwa kunzi anotsikwa nemota obviously upenyu hwake hunotogona kutoshata ipapa. So zvinhu zvinorwadza sere zvakatomubata mwoyo zvekuti mashoko akawanda pasina kutaura chokwadi. Shungu dzangu pari zvino ndedzekungoti dai kwanguri kuti kune gidi kana kubata pfutika. I think this is the right time yekuita because Zambia yaenderera mberi akumana nekuita zvinhu zvakadai. Ende mukaona vanhu vacho vari kunyora pamatwitter vamwe vacho vezanu vakutochinja nyaya vachitizvo vari kufeka because yeSADC. Munoona kuti zvinhu zvacho zvinobva zvaita kuti mwoyo urwadze zvekuti shuwa munhu angafeke kuzvitsikisa nemota kana ndimi kana kuti zvinhu zvimunakire chete. Zvinhu zvacho zvinoshamisa. Inini handina hangu mashoko akawanda sister. Ndikurwadziwa mwoyo chaizvo zvekuti handizivi kuti ndoita sei. But anyway, let's hope SADC ichatibatsirawo ipo ipapo pavari kuita meeting yavo and kwandiri inini zvatononoka because every time zvingoramba ichingopostponedwa yakuitwa musi wakati. So we don't know kuti chii chaicho chiri kunyatsoitika but ndo kwatiri kutotemba kuti at least kuchabuda nyaya ine musoro. So handizvozvo sister ndatenda tichangoti teererei mbichana ndobva ndazodzokera hangu because ndakatowanda laki kwangu chinaya saka zvakwanisa kuti ndimbokwanisa kubuda ndimbotizii ndiri panze but nguva yacho yarebesa manje saka ndogona kungobuda anytime paspace ndakudzokera kubasa. Thank you.
Maita basa Mukoma Memo, takutongobatana tese zvatinokwanisa kuita. Takutongobatana kuti tingopusha kuti zvinhu Zimbabwe inake. Toda kuti Zimbabwe inakire tese asi tinokutendai chaizvo Mukoma Memo. Tokutendai nezvamuri kuita nemasacrifices. Ruvimbo, how are you? I hope you are